Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777, broadcasting live from the Unicorn Temple. Welcome and happy Year of the Hermit 2025. This is a 9 year. Nine is all about the completion of cycles. We'll get more into that once we delve into Yesod. But for now, understand that this whole year has a major theme for all of us, and that theme has a lot to do with finding your inner guiding light, finding what leads you truly, even behind your ego, even behind your desires and your fears. We all have something that is leading us, a light that we follow. Most of us will never see that light, but the few of us who make it our business to know the soul, to know the spirit, will get a lot closer than most. I feel that's going to be a major theme for this year, and I hope that you, listening to this broadcast, make a lot of progress with that inner journey. So find your passion, follow your light, follow your light. And if you don't have a passion, if you don't know what it is, this is a great time to start the process of finding it, right? So happy 2025, first book study of the year. Let's get into it. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire, your desire. We're talking about Netzach, also known as Venus. We're going to get into the four lower Sephra, starting with our beloved Venus. Peace and greetings to everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic evening. It's 8:30, or rather it's 8:23 p.m. on the East Coast. Whatever time it is for you, I hope that it is mutually study time. You're locked in, you're focused, you're ready. You're ready to manifest. That's another vibe that I'm getting personally, that this is a year of what do we say? Accelerated manifestation. And when I say accelerated manifestation, I don't mean it's faster. I mean we begin to really understand what we're doing and how we're doing it. That's what I'm feeling. I hope that you're feeling that as well. So in any case, let's get to the study, shall we? Let's get to the study. Peace and greetings, DB31. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. How you doing this year? J Bald Hale, peace, peace. Let's go. Hey, check this out. Go to J Bald Hale's name. Click on that name in the chat right there. It'll say view profile. Go ahead and subscribe to J Bald Hale. Right now, he's doing a book study on our favorite occult author, Ophiel, and one of his books that I actually did not cover. So follow along the book study on his channel. Listen, we're getting this lesson from all angles this year. Love it. Love it. Peace to you. Sage Page, welcome back. Welcome back. Great to see you. Nine Volta, my fellow producer, my fellow musician. Peace, peace. I know nothing. Welcome, welcome. Rosa Flame, double welcome to you. Hasaja, one of my new favorite people. Peace, peace. Tian Pomeroy, across the pond, my fellow occult student. Peace, peace. Wraith 636, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. We got the coffee. We're ready. Zero, peace, peace. Powerful soul, all the way in Mexico. Peace. Pablo X69, peace and greetings. We in here. We in here. Let's go. Let's get started. Fat Tony. Can't forget Fat Tony. Peace and greetings, my brother. This is knowledge you ain't gonna get in college, right? I got that from Fat Tony. Am I saying it right? Pork Hill, peace, peace. AB, peace. AB says locked in. Let's go. Let's go. So let's talk a little bit about the four lower Sephiroth. Let's see what they have in store for us. In store for us. We on part three. So I post the left on 2-1 and Lewis. Some brothers shaking dice. So I said, let's do this. I jumped out the right. I said, what's up? Hit the east side on the LBC. Cosmic Traveler. Peace. Peace. The subtle realms. We in here. Peace. Chapter 21. The Four Lower Sephra. The 10 holy Sephra, when arranged upon the Tree of Life in their traditional pattern, fall into three main horizontal divisions, as well as three vertical divisions of the pillars. The highest of these horizontal divisions consists of the three supernals, which, for all practical purposes, are beyond the sphere of our comprehension. And, I can assume that everybody knows what's going on, but I can also assume that there's some new people. So when she talks about these three horizontal divisions, this is exactly what she's talking about, right? The upper triad, this is the supernal triangle, and that's what she just said, that it's beyond our sphere of comprehension. So we're not going to directly deal with either of these. That's just not how our brain operates. We don't have the equipment for this. The next is going to be the ethical triangle, right? And this is going to be Gibra, Chesed, and Tifereth. We covered that very recently. And now we're getting into the astral triangle, which is going to be Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. These you most definitely deal with every day, right? And then finally, the Dingleberry, our kingdom, Malkuth. Those are the three horizontal divisions. And of course, there are three vertical divisions, right? You've got the left hand, left path, the right hand path, and the middle path. We've got the pillar of mercy, the pillar of severity, and the pillar of mildness. So when we talk about the tree and its divisions, you can see it vertically. You can also see it horizontally, right? If you don't know, then now you know. So what did she say about that? She said that the 10 holy Sephirah, when arranged upon the tree of life in their traditional pattern, fall into three main horizontal divisions as well as three vertical divisions of the pillars. The highest of these horizontal divisions consists of the three supernals, which for all practical purposes are beyond the sphere of our comprehension. We posit them as fundamental principles, which must exist if subsequent manifestations are to be explained, right? So they are fundamental principles that must exist if everything that follows is going to exist. So those are the foundations of the cosmos, the foundations of existence. And it would make sense, right? Divine masculine, divine feminine, and God as unity. Those are the building blocks, the ones and the zeros and the superposition of our software, right? They represent pure being and the opposing principles of activity and passivity. So this is literally the motion that has been set forth that churns the waters of creation. And they are well described by calling them the supernal triangle. The supernal triangle. Two, the next functional triangle upon the tree consists of Chesed, Gibra, and Tifereth. These represent the active principles of anabolism, catabolism, and equilibrium, and might best be described by calling them the abstract triangle. All these six higher Sephirah we have considered in detail, and we have seen how the three supernal principles form the basis of manifestation, and the three abstract principles give expression to manifestation. So check that out, take that in. The three supernal Sephirah, Kether, Hakma, and Bina, those three top Sephirah, they give us the basis of manifestation. So that's what you think of it as, the basis of manifestation: divine masculine, divine feminine, and the unity. Now look, the next three, which are Chesed, Gibra, and Tifereth, Jupiter, Mars, the sun, right? Those three central triangles, those actually give us expression, give the expression to manifestation. So with the top three, you've got manifestation as it is, masculine and feminine, and the unity. The next three Sephra give expression to those three. The three higher are latent, and the three lower are potent. Now remember, whenever we're talking about threes, all across the board in the occult, in life, you got to remember, whenever we're talking about threes, you will always be able to identify what? When you see three, you always, always, always will find the presence of what? Come on, somebody tell me. Kevro says the Three Tawas. Close, but no cigar. No cigar for you. Okay, 9 Volta, you're correct. Wherever there's three, there's a hidden fourth. Absolutely. But specifically, what I'm talking about is the three gunas. Right, the three gunas. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Whenever you see three specifically, yes, you will see a hidden fourth. You're absolutely right. In this case, though, what I'm asking for is the three gunas, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. So whether it's the three supernals of Kether, Hakma, and Bina, you're gonna see one being Rajas, which is Hakma, one being Tamas, which is Bina, and one being Sattva, which is Kether. Then you go to the next one, Chesed, Gibra, and Tifereth. One is Rajas, that's in this case, yeah, Chesed. One is Tamas, that's Gibra, and one is Sattva, that's Tifereth. So whenever there's three, you're gonna see the three gunas. And yes, you're gonna see the hidden fourth. In terms of the top three, Sephra, Kether, Hakman, Bina, the hidden fourth is gonna be Doth. For sure. For sure. So remember that whenever you see these numbers, they're telling you something. Just like whenever you see four, yes, there's a hidden fifth, but also the four is going to represent the four elements of earth, water, fire, and air. Always, always. Just like when there's two, there's a hidden third, right? Masculine and feminine, there's going to be a hidden third, which is the unity. All right, but you get it, you get it. Nice, nice. Isaac McCoy in the building. Peace, peace. Peace, peace, my fellow champion of the occult. Good to see you again. So let's keep going. The three higher are latent, the three lower are potent. Basically, what she's saying is, you and now even with these threes, again, let's look also at that diagram. One, two, three, right? Rajasic, Tamasic, Sattvic. And here's the hidden fourth, Malkuth. Brilliant. Brilliant. Janae Owo, peace and greetings. Good to see you. Hope you're having a fantastic evening. Alkalinity Light, peace, peace. Jai Jagopal, peace, peace. Welcome back. Welcome back. You made it home safely, I presume. All right, so the three higher are latent, three lower are potent. If we understand these things, we find we have a system for explaining the infinite diversity of manifestation of the planes of form by reducing them to their primary principles, which renders the relations between them and the mode of their interaction and development clearly comprehensible. One of the things she said with that right there is no matter how complex the thing is that you're looking at, in life, you will always, always be able to reduce them down to the basic principles. And listen, if you can't work with something at its surface level, at its complexity, if you can find out how to break it down to its fundamental aspects, you can work with that. So, what do I mean? Let's say, for example, you got money problems. So, you take that whole problem right there. If you're able to break it down into its fundamentals, now you have something to work with because you might not be able to approach, oh, how am I going to make money? Or I want to start a business, but I don't know what to do. Or if you're looking at it from a surface level angle, it's going to be very difficult. But if you can break it down to the base elements of the situation, now you got something to work with. Can you break it down to whether or not your situation is masculine or feminine? Can you break down what element your situation is primarily? Because if it's mostly one element, perhaps you can answer it with a different element. You can supplement it by providing a solution of a different element. Maybe you could find out what Sephra this particular issue is mostly resonating with, and you can work with it from there. If you can break your situation down into a symbolic representation, you just might find it easier to deal with in that way. So if we understand these things, we find we have a system for explaining the infinite diversity of manifestation of the planes of form. The planes of form are infinite in their diversity of manifestation. But the higher up the tree you go, the more simple it is. By reducing them to their primary principles, which renders the relations between them and the mode of their interaction and development clearly comprehensible, which it never has been and never can be when the attempt is made to reduce all things to terms of form instead of resolving them into terms of force. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Break it down. Right? And this is why tarot is so effective, because we can break all of life's situations down into terms of force, into terms of energy, into terms of symbolic representation. When you do that, you'll find it easier to work with. One of the things that my spirit guides are teaching me right now is the importance of remaining in a state of peace, in a state of relaxation, right? Because what I'm used to doing is whenever I have any type of situation, I put myself in a state of stress and I feel like I have to grind it out. I have to sit down and press myself extra hard and pile stress upon stress upon stress to force and squeeze an answer out. And what they're telling me is like that is over. That is done. That's just like tough love, right? You ever give yourself tough love because somebody gave you tough love? Well, that's not the most effective way to produce a result. That might be what you're used to. That might be what you've done for all your life, but that's not the most effective way. In fact, ask any inventor, any creator, any genius. Answers come when they're in a relaxed state, when they're not really focused on their problem. I saw a meme earlier today and someone said, if you woke up broke, you should have never took your ass to sleep. And that sounds funny, right? If you woke up broke, you should have never took your ass to sleep. That sounds funny. And I've heard people say that, but what if there's a better way, right? What if there's a better way? Like I said, any creator will tell you their greatest ideas did not come out of forcing it. It came when they were in the shower. It came when they were in the garden. It came when they were just doing their thing. So it takes a level of trust and faith when it comes to that type of mindset. But understand, being in that state allows you to identify force as opposed to being consumed by form. Michael Green, peace. Michael Green says, I swear to God, every time I join your live, you be speaking on shit I'm currently doing in life. Hell yeah, man. And that's the magic of it, right? Michael Green says, this resonates deep. Been doing elemental work and planetary magic heavy lately. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tis the season. Alkalinity Light says, knowing the elements, I can effectively approach the situation, like getting myself out a shelter. Yes, yes. Jai Jagopal says, flow state, zenith mode, like you said, Master Trav. Flow state, right? Poise and polish nail coat, peace. Always dropping a good gem. Thank you. Let's keep going. 4. The lowest functional unit on the tree of life consists not of a triangle, but of a quaternary. And this quaternary is said by the Kabbalists to have been affected by the fall. The head of a Leviathan the head of Leviathan rising out of the abyss at a point between Yesod and Tifereth. Beyond this, it was not permitted to go. And I showed you that picture last live stream. And the six higher Sephiroth retained their innocence. In other words, the four lower Sephiroth belong to the planes of form, wherein force is no longer free moving, but cabined, cribbed, confined, only to be freed by works of destruction. So keep that in mind. Now we're entering into a territory of form. This is where form rules, the kingdom of matter. And what makes this different from the rest of the tree is that here, force, right? Spirit, the behavior of spirit, it is confined to form. So when we're dealing with Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and Malkuth, these are the kingdoms that are ruled by form. So it's easy to be deceived by surface level. Essentially, we're talking about the physical plane, the etheric plane, and the lower astral plane. So in the physical plane, of course, everything here is ruled by form. Everywhere you look is nothing but form, and it's increasingly difficult to see through the form to the force unless you've trained to do that. In the etheric plane, which is Yesod, everything you're going to see has taken form, taken shape, and it's very easy to be deceived by the imagination. Then we've talked about the lower astral, right? This is where you can really expand to and have the closest look at how force moves within form, but still this is a plane of symbols, not of the actual forces. So to really, really, really get some work done, you've got to learn how to ascend even past that. We just talked about Tifereth previously, the realm of sacrifice. So let's keep going. Right, sacrifice. And look what they said, look what she said in the last line here. The four lower Sephiroth belong to the planes of form, wherein force is no longer free moving, but cabined, cribbed, confined, only to be freed by works of destruction. This is also why Shiva is so important, because Shiva represents the tamasic aspect, the destructive aspect. This is why Kali is so important. And Durga, they represent the destructive aspect of energy. And see, while we're afraid of destruction, what we have to realize also is that destruction is salvation on the lower planes. It depends on what perspective you're coming from, right? Are you coming from the perspective of form? Because if you're coming from the perspective of form and attachment to form, Kali is going to be the fearsome bad guy. Shiva is going to be the fearsome bad guy. But if you're coming from the angle of spirit, you know that when Kali shows up, when Shiva shows up, what's being destroyed is the prison bars, the matrix, because the spirit cannot be destroyed. And these gods and goddesses, these deities don't come as an enemy against spirit, they come as an enemy against matter. Feel me? I like that. Michael Green says, this reminds me when Panic said, the point of magic is to live life on easy mode. The point of our magical lifestyle is to use the ego as little as possible to not reinforce it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Benjamin 37 says, the practice you showed me changed my life. My relationship with my sister used to be terrible. Now it's completely shifted. Man, that is awesome. That is awesome to hear. I'm happy for you. Right? And it should continue to get it. The rest of your life should continue to shift more and more in that direction. Right? Who says that we cannot live a peaceful, abundant, relaxed life? I ain't trying to stress and struggle, scramble and scrape anymore. Benjamin says, I attracted NLP techniques that have made me charismatic. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Jay Baldhill says, shout out to Lilith for real. Thank you, goddess. Yes, shout out to Lilith. Zero says destruction sometimes leads to freedom. Absolutely. That's what it's all about. Michael Green says, this reminds me of what Shango said in your talk with Shooty Study. Destruction can be the cure all to the pain, suffering we experience. Yes, indeed. In fact, that is the ultimate cure. That is the final solution for all of us. Solution. But no rush. When it comes, it comes. With arms wide open. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything. With arms wide open. Yeah. Epistemologist Lord Frater, the Venerable One, says, are you familiar with the occult scholar Ra-Un Nefer Amen? He wrote the Metu Neter volumes. No, I cannot say that I am. I've heard his name before, and I've heard about the Meta Netter, but no, I am not familiar with those things. Can you take me higher? Where we at? So, 5. Tifereth, as has already been seen, is the center of equilibrium of the tree. Equilibrium gives rise to stability, and stability to cohesion. From now onwards, in the descent of life upon the path of involution, we find the principle of cohesion playing an increasingly predominant part until, in Malkuth, it reaches its apogee. Hmm. 6. We may well conceive that the active principles of the abstract triangle underwent subdivision and specialization in the course of the descent of life through Netzach, and in Yesod attained to a considerable degree of stereotyping by means of which the forms of Malkuth were determined. Mhm. There's a clue to the function of Yesod, right? We may well conceive that the active principles of the abstract triangle, right, that's the one we just finished reading about, the active principles of the abstract triangle underwent subdivision and specialization. By the way, the active principles of the abstract triangle, we're talking about chesed, right? The building up. It underwent subdivision and specialization, so it was categorized and broken down, right? In the course of the descent of life through Netzach, which we're about to read about. And in Yesod, the moon sphere, right? Here's what happened in Yesod. After it was broken down and categorized, look at this. It attained to a considerable degree of stereotyping by means of which the forms of Malkuth were determined. So the fact that we have solid form, because remember, she talked about cohesion just now, the fact that we have solid form and things that behave in specific ways and things that follow specific patterns, those patterns were set in Yesod, right? And Yesod attained to a considerable degree of stereotyping. And that stereotyping that happened in the moon sphere, that patterning, and the thing about the moon in our plane, it goes through 4 cycles, predictable patterns, right? Full, waxing, waning, new. It goes. It is the sphere of predictable, consistent change. So through the Yesod sphere, we got a considerable degree of stereotyping by means of which the forms of Malkuth were determined. So look at the descent through Chesed, where the force was kind of built up and organized, right, and became stereotyped as it went down into Netzach. Stereotype means it's been giving its specific attributes, its specific patterns of behavior, patterns of expression. So that's what you're going to find when we get to Netzach, the realm of the legions. Ah. So once Malkuth, which is the plane of pure form, attained development, the evolutionary stream began to turn back towards spirit, freeing itself from the bondage of form, while retaining the capacities acquired by experience of the discipline of form. Michael Green says we build towers in our mind that become prisons that ultimately must be destroyed for us to be liberated. Yes, yes, we do. Secret meaning of the tower card, if y'all ain't know. To a place where blind men see. Alkalinity Light says, I am grateful for the occult and all of you who are here with Trav tonight. Me too. Me too. Epistemologist Lord Frater, the Venerable One, says Ra'un Nefer Amen has a great Kabbalistic tome called The Realization of Neter Nu. You can get it for free in PDF form. I'm sure you will appreciate it since you are teaching Kabbalah. The Realization of Neter Nu. I'll write that down. Although I would like the world to change, it helps me to appreciate those nights and those days. Longing to escape from the life I live when I am awake. Oh man, what a song. That's so funny. I gotta listen to that once we're done here. Can you take me higher? No, we're not exactly a Christian band. We're very Christian influenced, but we're not a Christian band. Okay. 7. We may conceive then of numerous abstract principles of life function becoming clothed upon with form, owing to the influences of their experience of their outward manifestations in the kingdom of form. Or, in the language of the Kabbalists, the influence of the fall is felt by them, and they have lost their innocency. Okay, so what does it mean that these spheres have lost their innocence? Well, look at what that means. Because when you're thinking about the Sephra, what would it mean to be innocent? Well, a clue would be what we learned about in Bina. Bina is the mother of form, but she herself is not affected by what she produces. She's not changed by what she produces. So, what does it mean specifically? She said in the language of Kabbalists, the influence of the fall is felt by them, and they have lost their innocency. So, what does that mean? That means that the numerous abstract principles of life function, right? The abstract principles, meaning they're kind of just like concepts. They're conceptual. They're ideals, right? They're ideals. These numerous abstract principles of life function becoming clothed upon with form. So those ideals are now given form. And we all know that when something is given form, by default, it starts to get limited. The same way that you ever read a book, read a novel, and then a couple years later they make a movie out of it. And you notice how, because of the movie and its limits, right, it can only be about 2 hours or so, an hour and a half. There's so much that they have to leave out that was in the book. Or you ever read and you visualize the main character a certain way, or different characters a certain way, but then you see the movie and it's not exactly how you pictured it, and they have to leave stuff out and cut stuff out for the limits of the movie. Well, this is what it's like when these abstract principles are clothed upon with form, owing to the influence of the experience of their outward manifestations in the kingdom of form. So when we talk about the fall of man being kicked out of the Garden of Eden, what that's talking about is that these forces are given forms in the expressed world of Malkuth. And it's just like when you read a book and you love the details, whether it's a Stephen King novel or A Wrinkle in Time. And then you see the actual movie, and they leave out so much. And the director does some things that don't exactly line up with the text. They have to change certain things so that people in the theaters will understand what's going on. It's the same concept there. 8. These considerations give us an insight into the nature of the quaternary of the planes of form and enable us to tread the middle way between credulity and skepticism in this sphere of illusion, as it has somewhat unkindly been called. The great tide of evolving life, which issued as an emanation from Tifereth, is broken up in the Sephra Netzach as by a prism into many rayed manifestation. So you know the image of a beam of light coming into that prism, and once it leaves the other side, it's split out into a rainbow of colors. That's what happens as the light comes down through Tifereth and enters the next sphere of Netzach. In fact, you'll see that rainbow of color reflected in Yesod if you just look at the cover of this book. You can see this pure light of Kether coming down and hitting this prism of Tifereth. And you'll notice that behind Yesod, you'll see this rainbow of color. You see that? What's interesting to note is that we've got purple for Yesod, we've got blue for Chesed, we've got green for Netzach, we've got yellow for Tifereth, we've got red, orange, and red for these spheres. And remember how I said that Yesod is like the monitor, the screen for the computer. The computer is the box that's sitting on the floor or next to the screen itself. The computer is not the screen, but we interact with the screen. We interact with the monitor. But the computer itself is processing the data and projecting it onto the monitor. That's what Yesod is. That's why Yesod is the realm of imagination. That's why Yesod is so important. Because what's going on back here, you're not going to see it face to face. You're going to see it reflected through this triangle, but specifically through Yesod. And that rainbow behind it is one symbolic way of showing that. Check. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? So, the great tide of evolving life, which issued as an emanation from Tifereth, is broken up in Sephra, in the Sephra Netzach, as by a prism into many-rayed manifestation, whence comes the Yetziratic description of the Sephra as the refulgent splendor. In Had, these multifarious forces are clothed upon with form. In Yesod, they act as etheric molds for the final emanations in Malkuth. Right? So don't forget these concepts. This is how you understand the tree. This is specifically how you understand the tree. Heather, thank you very much for your donation. I appreciate you. Gratitude to you, Heather. Thank you. So in Had, these forces are clothed upon with form. In Yesod, those forms act as etheric molds for the final emanations in Malkuth. So once again, when you look at stuff here on the physical plane, understand that this is the clothing. You got to look beyond the form into the force that's wearing those clothes. Looks can be deceiving. Words can be deceiving. Peace Curve. Curve says, peace everyone, I'm late. Grandma about to advance to the next room, so I'll be in and out today. Moms need support. Understood, understood. Peace and love and strength to you, my friend. Very important time. Mo B, peace and greetings. Orion Roberts says, just like people never judge the book by the cover. Facts, facts. Subtle Realm says, sending support and comfort your way, Curve. Live 369 says, peace, love, Curve. Peace, Live 369. Thank you as well. Hope you're having a great evening. Nine Volta says, Curve, sending love. Alora, peace, peace. Alora says, peace, fam. Sending you and your family love and blessings, Curve. All right. All right. J Baldhill says, same, Curve. Mad love. Omnia Arlendria, peace, peace. Right on time, as always. As always, Time Lord. 10. Manifestation in Malkuth completes the outgoing arc of involution, and life turns back upon itself to pursue a parallel course on the returning arc of evolution. Human intelligence develops and begins to meditate upon causation and discerns the gods. Be it noted that primitive man has never achieved monotheism in a single stride. He has always conceived of causation as multiform, and it has required many generations of culture to reduce the many to the one. Right? So we didn't start off believing in one God. As a race, as a whole, it's been multiple gods. And just from paying attention to the Qabalah, we understand that these multiple gods has to do with being able to identify specific forces in nature, specific forces of the cosmos, and giving them specific attributes, or at least identifying their attributes, I should say. That's what it's always been about. Curve says, thanks everyone, I'm good. Will Capru, peace, peace, my friend, peace. Good to see you. Janae Owell says, it's a celebration, Curve. For sure, peace to your family. 11. This brings us to the great question, which might almost be called the dweller on the threshold of occult science, the horror which confronts every adventurer into the unseen, which unites in itself the functions of the Sphinx and asks a question of the soul upon the answer to which hangs his fate. Shall he be condemned to wander in the realms of illusion? Shall he be turned back onto the planes of form? Or shall he be permitted to pass on into the light? Check this out now. This is important. What she's talking about now is she just described the descent of life all the way down to Malkuth and going back up, in case you missed it. So going back up from Malkuth to Yasad and the other spheres, you're going to be presented with a certain question or realization, right? Because you go from a unity of life and then you're split apart, right? You're split into something else, right? The masculine process, and then you recombine into something else, the feminine process, and you're being given birth to, right? And you're going through this process of separation and combination and separation and combination. And on the way down, each separation and each combination, you begin to become more condensed and take a form and get more and more specific with that form. Now, the issue with that is to take a form means that you have to cut off other things, which means you're no longer unity. If you're going to become red, that means that you are no longer blue, yellow, green, orange, etc. So to take a form means that you're starting to get an awareness of being separated from other things, all the way down the process to Malkuth, to where you find yourself as an individual person with a personality, with likes and dislikes. You believe in your family and your culture and your history and all these other things. You believe in your enemies. You believe in your love. Now, see, at some point, when this form is finished with its work and you're separated from your form, what's going on with your likes and your dislikes and your personalities and your investments and your attachments? Long story short, are you going to cling on to those things and cause yourself to come back into a form? Or are you going to have a certain realization that, not only did none of these things belong to me, but what I am is all these things and above and beyond all these things? Because there's nothing separate from Kether. Let's see what she has to say about this, because this is important. And I want you to ask yourself this question as we ask it. So she says, shall he be condemned to wander in the realms of illusion? He's going to float around the astral plane. Shall he be returned back onto the planes of form? Or shall he be permitted to pass on into the light? This question is, do you believe in the gods? What's your answer? Do you believe in the gods? Do you believe in the gods? Check this out. If he answers yes, he will be a wanderer in the plains of illusion. For the gods are not real persons as we understand personality. Now, get this, if he answers no, he will be turned back at the gate. For the gods are not illusions. What then shall he answer? Uh oh, uh oh. What then shall he answer? 12. The intuition of a poet has given us the answer. For no thought of man made gods to love and honor, ere the song within the silent soul began, nor might earth in dream or deed take heaven upon her, till the word was clothed with man, with speech by lips of man. Therein we have the clue to the riddle. Check this out. The gods are the creations of the created. Who'd have thunk it, right? The gods are the creations of the created. They are made by the adoration of their worshippers. It is not the gods that do the work of creation. This is done by the great natural forces working each according to its nature. The gods come in their procession after the swan of the Empyrean has laid the egg of manifestation in the darkness of the cosmic night. 14. The gods are emanations of the group minds of the races. They are not emanations of Eheye, the one and eternal. Check that out now, right? All these gods and deities that we know of, that when we explore different mythologies and different religions and all this other stuff, we are looking at the creations of man. Are we not? No matter what pantheon you go, we're looking at the creations of man. We made them so we can have symbols and representations of natural forces. Now, yes, there is a one true God. There is a central force that has created and continues to create. It's called Kether, and we are not separate from it. But all the other gods and deities that we have that belong to our religions and mythologies, we created those things. We made those things so that we can have symbols, and we created these gods and these demons and angels so that we can have a keyboard to communicate with this computer that Yesod is the screen of. I mean, think about it, right? They didn't come down and tell us that they exist. We made them. I don't trust the Bible because it was written by man. It was written by man. Well, here's the thing, right? Everything here is written by man. You trust these books, you trust the magazines, you trust the news reports written by man. We trust the school system written by man. All of it's written by man. So that's not a very good excuse. Hmm. Isaac McCoy says, ideal concept. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Aberrant Yak says, Travis, do you respect Yahshua, Jesus, or no? I'm sure some people think you are evil because of your content. You aren't a Satanist or anything. Sorry if I offended. I'm just asking since I just followed. I mean, like, I think that's a weird question. Like, you ever looked at somebody's thumbnail and said, "Oh, that person's evil"? Like that that mind process right there shows that they're unfit enough for me to even consider what they think. Like, them the type of people that are going to get influenced by Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. I don't know, man. It doesn't matter. Does it matter if I respect Yeshua or not? Does it matter if I'm a Satanist or not? I'm not going to answer that question. If you watch my content, you would already know the answer. Well, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You said you're new. But honestly, I'm going to tell you it doesn't matter. It isn't useful or appropriate to you. Rosa Flame says, makes you wonder about some other things we've sort of replaced gods or angels with. Absolutely. TO23, peace, peace. My gnosis in the building, standing on principle. Peace to the fam in the streets, sticking and moving, but tapped in. SOP. Peace, God, peace. Aberrant Yak says, can you break down Yahshua HaMashiach and Archangel Michael? No, I don't myself, but I was mainly asking myself if you follow Jesus or not. Simple question. We'll get to Michael in the next two chapters, right? Michael is going to be the Archangel of Hod, so we're gonna do it like that. As far as breaking down Yahshua, we already did that on the previous chapter with Tifereth. With Tiferet. Yummy. All right, so therein we have the clue to the riddle. The gods are the creations of the created. They are made by the adoration of their worshippers. It is not the gods that do the work of creation. This is done by the great natural forces working each according to its nature. The gods come in their procession after the swan of the Empyrean has laid the egg of manifestation in the darkness of the cosmic night. 14. The gods are emanations of the group minds of races. They are not emanations of Eheye, the one and eternal. Nevertheless, they are immensely powerful, right? And I don't get it twisted now. They are immensely powerful because by means of their influence over the imaginations of their worshippers, they link the microcosm with the macrocosm. And for that right there alone is why all gods and goddesses should be respected, because all gods and goddesses have somebody that is extremely impressionable and submissive to them. Meaning, how you handle those gods is how you're handling groups of people. G2G into Son of Man, Son of Maria Magdalena. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. My notes it says getting that subconscious mind pressed on. Right. The subconscious mind pressing across the board. Right. And none of us can really escape it. It's about choosing who and how you want your subconscious mind pressed. But look at this now. I want you to really listen to what's being said in 14. The gods are emanations of the group minds of races. So, yes, we're talking about egregores. Who was it that talked about egregores in this chat just now? Boom. The subtle realm says egregores of Jesus everywhere, right? That's what we're dealing with. When two or three are together, there I am. Don't ever underestimate that. If you can't figure something out by yourself, link up with somebody. Teamwork makes the dream work. Link up with somebody else who understands what you're going through and where you're trying to go. You can produce something. All it takes is two, maybe three people to lock into a spirit. And if you can lock into a spirit, you can have something working on your behalf in the subtle planes. Don't get it twisted now. Don't get it twisted. So the gods are emanations of the group minds of races. They are not emanations of Ehe Ye, the one and eternal. Nevertheless, they are immensely powerful because by means of their influence over the imaginations of their worshippers, they link the microcosm with the macrocosm. For by meditation on the ideal beauty of Apollo, the soul of man is opened to beauty in general. Dang. Minosa says, I tell people, show me your relationships, and I can see your relationship with the gods or God. It's like that. That's how we reflect and demonstrate our relationship with God is how we treat other people. Valora says, oh man, my mind is blown. LOL. Amazing. How many times have we read this? And yet something new I learn each time. Facts. Facts. I know you of all people know what I'm talking about. Like, this is a living text, man. You know, I was doing some research. I think that the people who were really in the higher levels of the Golden Dawn know about this science of creating something and allowing it to be a vessel for your consciousness. I think that that is something that they know how to do, and I think they got that from yoga. They got that from some Vedic teaching. I think that this is a thing existing through your work. Um, I was looking into the artist of the tarot cards. You can see her sigil on all these cards, Pamela Coleman Smith. Like they call it the Rider White deck, but listen to why, right? Rider was the guy that paid for it. He was just a producer, right? Like the DJ Khaled, he's putting his name all over it, but he didn't really do anything but pay for it. I mean, which is something, right? He paid for it. He financed it. And Wait was the guy who like knew the details. So he wrote a list for Miss Smith, Miss Coleman Smith, and he's like, hey, when you're doing the hermit card, I want you to do like an old man holding a stick and a light. You know, he's standing out in the wilderness. Like he wrote like a description of the energy of the card, but it was Pamela Coleman Smith that really went into her imagination and drew all these forms, right? And this is why it's so important. They kind of just did it. They didn't expect this to be such a big deal. Yet most everyone who makes tarot cards bases their designs off of her cards, which are timeless, by the way. I think that she also got tapped into that science of making a creation and living through it. If you get what I'm saying, I'm pretty sure that there is a secret technique of creating a work of art and investing your personal spirit into it. So in a way, you still have a connection to the physical plane, and can influence it even beyond death. I don't know. Let's keep going. I know nothing says Trav. Have you read Waite's book on tarot? Been wondering if it's worth reading. Yeah, I would say it's worth reading if you're like if you really want to know as much as you can about tarot, because just like her pictures is where most people get the concept of tarot. His book, Pictorial Guide to the Tarot, is where most people get their meanings of the cards. So like they really left an impression. Because you got to think, before she did that, there were no like pictures for the two of swords and the three of like. They were just three swords, four swords, five swords. The work of art that and look again. There's your three, your masculine, your feminine, and your kether. We can really get into that, but hey. Laura says to figure out that pattern of life, to create a reflection of your own, like making a book have new info every time you read it, or a card that stays the same pick but inspires new versions. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And when we look at these cards and read these books, we're really looking at the force behind them. She's teaching us through the book. Like I mentioned on the Hogwarts game that I play, there's like these ascended masters that you deal with, like these ancient magicians, long dead, but they have these giant portraits that were painted of them throughout the city or throughout the town. And it's like, if you can see, they can communicate through the main character through their portraits. So it's like they've ensouled their portraits. I think about this book in the same way. Rosa Flame says, yeah, a tattoo artist I love created a tarot deck recently and talked about the way the entire process possessed him like no other work of art. It should, right? It should be that way. It should be that way. Alkalinity Light says, I always imagined you make music and you come back another lifetime listening to your song. It's existing beyond death. Yeah. Nine Volta says, I feel like Paul Foster Case is the best teacher of tarot. Yes, he's extremely insightful. Yeah, I would probably prefer him over Waite's book. But let's continue. We're almost done with this chapter. 15. As man has analyzed life and discerned factor by factor its prime motives, he has apotheosized them, hmm, made them into a god. Because man in all parts of the globe has found that the same needs and motives actuate him, he has evolved comparable pantheons. Because temperaments differ, he has evolved as different pantheons as the bloodthirsty fiends of Mexico and the radiant beings of Hellas. 16. We may ask ourselves then whether the gods are wholly subjective, whether they live solely in the imaginations of their worshippers, or whether they have an independent life of their own. The answer to this question is to be found in a fact of occult experience which cannot be explained by what we know of natural science, but which has to be taken for granted by every practical occultist before he can obtain results. In fact, one might say that the results he obtains are in proportion to his faith, for it becomes true for him as soon as he believes it. Uh oh, we got something coming up here. This fact is that only a very small proportion of the existing mind stuff of the universe, Cheetah, whatever that may be, is organized into the brains and nervous systems of sentient creatures. The vast mass of what, for want of a better name, we call mind stuff, because that is its nearest analogy among known things. So, this mind stuff is free moving upon what occultists call the astral plane, organized into forms within itself, but not necessarily to matter. So she just described there what's going on in the astral plane. Let me read that one more time. The results that he obtains are in proportion to his faith, for it becomes true for him as soon as he believes it, right? Only a very small proportion of the existing mind stuff in the universe is organized into brains and nervous systems of sentient creatures. The vast mass of mind stuff is free moving upon the astral plane. It organizes itself into forms, but not necessarily into matter. You get that? So there's a lot of mind stuff moving in the astral plane. And on the astral plane, there are a lot of forms. There are a lot of forms that are made of this mind stuff. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that these forms have an equivalent physical representative. A lot of it does, but all of it does not. Boom, you got it. Zero says there are forms that can't be in physical form. Precisely, right? That's what we're talking about. Different occultists refer to this free mind stuff by different names. Madame Blavatsky calls it akasha. Eliphas Levi calls it the reflecting ether. Netzach represents the force aspect, and Hod represents the form aspect of this akasha. Okay, so as a magus, magician, witch, wizard, whatever funky title you want to give yourself, the ammunition for your gun, the spice in your magic wand, right? The stuff that you're working with, we can call it akasha, we can call it reflective ether. What did Ophiel call it? J. Bald Hill. Ophiel called it like this, like a sticky astral stuff. Anyways, what we can agree upon is that there's this stuff in the astral plane that is free moving, that it doesn't necessarily belong to a form. Allah says chi, right? There's different names for this prana or whatever we want to call it. As a person who works magic, this is what you harness. This is what you're using. This is what you're molding. This is what you're shaping. Now, look, right next to 17, I wrote etheric patterns. So this is where I got the concept for what I call etheric patterns. Look at what's said here. Out of this mind stuff are formed the molds of all forms. And within these molds are built up the framework of etheric stresses that function where? In the sphere of Yasod. And within which are held the molecules of matter, which form the body of manifestation on the physical plane. So, in other words, if you can really understand what's being said here, this mind stuff, the Vedics called this Chitta, right? Madame Blavatsky called it Akasha. This mind stuff, this fifth element, when it's patterned and shaped on the astral plane and on the etheric plane, it can now have the potential of becoming something on the physical plane. Does that make sense? It better make sense, because that's all you're going to get right now. 18. Normally, these forms are built by the cosmic consciousness expressed as natural forces, functioning each according to its nature. But as consciousness began to develop in the creatures of the Creator, it exercised its function in varying degrees upon the astral mind stuff, which by its nature was amenable to the influences of consciousness. Consequently, the thought of man made gods to love and honor. These forms, once built, became the channels of the specialized forces they were designed to represent, concentrating them upon their worshippers. In this enlightened sense, initiates not only believe in, but adore their gods. If you're of the level to get that, you got it. If you're not of the level to get it, keep studying. You'll get it eventually. This is what we do. We create and we shape etheric patterns on the regular basis. You already do it anyways. But the thing is, are you doing it with intention? We all worship something, don't we? The question is, do you realize the force that you're channeling through your worship? Is it intentional or is it an addiction? Uh oh. about freaking you tonight. Tonight, I need your time. Tonight, you won't be sorry. Zero says, yes, sounds like the process to force into physical form. Let me tell you something. By the end of this year, you better be a manifesting powerhouse. You better be a manifesting juggernaut. Not because, what's that dude's name? What's the popular manifestation guy from 100 years ago? He writes all these books, and everybody's like, oh, you got to read so and so to manifest. What's that guy's name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. There's only like two manifestation people that these folks talk about. Anyways, by the end of this year, you better figure out how to work with that mind stuff, with that cheetah, with that development of force into form. There he is, Neville Goddard. And Napoleon Hill, that's the other one. Yeah, those are the two manifestation people that everyone talks about. Typically, I try to stay away from where everyone is, the masses of asses. Not to say that those methods don't work, but where there's a lot of people, you're guaranteed to find pollution. All I'm saying is, while those folks scramble and scrape in the world of confusion, trying to figure out who's telling the truth and who's got the best technique, you are going straight to the good stuff with practical understanding, not hopes and dreams and crossed fingers and affirmations. Practical understanding. You better be a manifestation juggernaut by the end of 2025 because it has everything to do with that mind stuff. You're already manifesting every day, but are you able to connect the dots between the process that's happening inside and the manifestation on the outside? Are you able to connect those dots from the manifestation that you're actually seeing, like, oh, 11/11, or damn, I was just thinking about a chili dog, and now so and so bought me lunch, and it's a chili dog? Are you able to connect the external manifestation to what was going on in your head? Because the more that you can connect those dots, you can start to reverse engineer how you're using that mind stuff. You start to reverse engineer how you're using that mind stuff, right? It's not magic as in, oh, I don't know, it's just hoof, poof, sprinkles, and fairy wands. You got to be able to backtrack it because it's a science. It's a replicatable science. It's not hocus pocus, it's a replicatable science. So by the end of this year, you are going to figure that science out, and you got a lot of help. See, what's awesome about today is the barrier for entry, the bar of entry has been lowered. It's been lowered because as a whole, as a race, the work has been done, which means that it's just like playing a video game and certain characters get unlocked the more that you play it. Well, certain things have been unlocked for everyone if you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear and the willpower to execute. Isaac McCoy says, thanks, JT. Glad to be back. Glad to have you, man. Glad to have you. All right, man, let's go. All right, NetSec, chapter 22. This is a good one. Boom, the title, NetSec, Victory. The magical image, a beautiful naked woman. Situation on the tree, at the foot of the pillar of mercy. Yet erratic text. The seventh path is called the occult intelligence because it is the refulgent splendor of the intellectual virtues which are perceived by the eyes of the intellect and the contemplations of faith. Of course, we're going to break that down a little bit later. Title given to Netzach: Firmness. God name: Jehovah Sevaoth, the Lord of Hosts. The Archangel: Haniel, Grace of God. The Order of Angels: the Elohim, Gods. Or we should say gods and goddesses as one. Mundane chakra: Noga, Venus. Spiritual experience: the vision of beauty triumphant. Virtue: unselfishness, right? Unselfishness. Now, what happens when this gets out of balance? We get the vice: unchastity, lust. Correspondence in the microcosm: loins, hips, and legs. Loins. Loins. Does anybody use the word loins anymore? Symbols: the lamp and girdle, the rose. Aww. Tarot cards: the four sevens. The seven of wands, which is called valor. The seven of cups, which is called illusory success. The seven of swords, which is called unstable effort. And the seven of pentacles, which is called success unfulfilled. Look at that. Learning the tarot by learning Qabalah. Who'd have thunk it? Zero says, even the chapter of Netzach that is my favorite has the number 22. That is a number I respect a lot. The Master Builder. I wonder if that has anything to do with taking that force, putting it into form, and stereotyping it, like what she just described. Stereotyping. Hmm. Mine also says, talk that cosmic P. Principalities. Sunshine Chick says, just the other day, I was making a list of what I need to purchase in the store. I went to my mom's house and she asked, do you need a plastic storage bin? I'm like, wow, that was on my list. Boom. There's a connection between when you make that inner decision and it actually appearing. Like, the magic doesn't start when you sit down and do the ritual. The magic starts when you make that internal decision. When you make that internal decision, when it's not a maybe anymore, when you make that definite decision in your consciousness, that's when the ritual began. Rainwater, peace, peace. Good to see you. Let's talk about Venus. Let's talk about Netzach. The color in Atziluth, the highest plane is going to be amber. In Bria, it's emerald. That's why we know it as green. In Yetzirah, it appears as bright yellowish green. In Asaya, olive flecked with gold. So, 1. Netzach, the sphere of Venus, is best understood by contrasting it with Hod, the sphere of Mercury. These two representing force and form on a lower arc, as has already been seen. Netzach represents the instincts and the emotions they give rise to, and Hod represents the concrete mind. In the macrocosm, they represent two levels of the process of the concretion of force into form. In Netzach, force is still relatively free moving, being bound only into exceedingly fluidic and ever shifting shapes. And in Hod, taking on for the first time definite and permanent form, though of an exceedingly tenuous nature. In Netzach, a particular form of force represents itself as a type of beings, flowing backwards and forwards over the boundaries of manifestation in an exceedingly elusive manner. Such beings have no individualized personalities, but are like the armies with banners that can be seen in the sunset clouds. In Hod, however, individualization into units has taken place, and there is continuity of existence. All mind is group mind in Netzach, but in Hod, the human mind has its beginnings. If you've ever done work with the Goetia, you know that each Goetic spirit has a certain number of legions. Well, the aspect of the legions has everything to do with what's happening here in Netzach. Legions, countless armies. You see the armies marching in the distance, right, with their flags and banners and smoke and the sound of a million voices. But you can't really like pick out individual soldiers and warriors. You just see the army as a whole. That's what's happening in Netzach. Now, Hod, this is where you start to get the individual units of that army. But Netzach, you are most definitely in the realm of egregores. In the realm of egregores. So look, Netzach represents the instincts and the emotions they give rise to. Hod represents the concrete mind. Understood? Two, let us now consider Netzach itself, both in its microcosmic and macrocosmic aspects, bearing constantly in mind that we are now in the sphere of illusion, and that what is about to be described in terms of form are appearances as represented by the intellect to itself and projected back into the astral light as thought forms. This is why you can't take the stuff at face value. You have to penetrate behind the form and get to the force. This is a very important point and should be thoroughly understood in order to avoid falling into superstition. Everything that is perceived by the eyes of the intellect and the contemplations of faith, as the Yetziradic text so graphically puts it, has its metaphysical basis in Hakma, the supernal Sephra at the head of the Pillar of Mercy. But with Netzach, a great change comes over our mode of comprehending the different types of existence assigned to each sphere. Hitherto, we have perceived by means of intuition, but our apprehensions have been formless, or at least represented by highly abstract symbols. There are no more of these after Tifereth. But we come to such concrete symbols as the rose assigned to Venus for Netzach, and the caduceus assigned to Mercury for Hod. Ace in the place. Peace, peace. Three, as has been seen, we conceive of the higher Sephiroth under the aspect of factors of manifestation and functions. We conceive of the higher Sephiroth under the aspect of factors of manifestation and functions. We saw in our study of Tifereth how the mediating intelligence, as the Sefer Yetzirah calls it, broke up the white light of the one life as in a prism, so that it becomes the refulgent splendor of many rayed hues in Netzach. So see that white beam of light hitting that triangle prism and splitting out into a rainbow. We've all seen that image. I know you have. Here we have not force, but forces. Not life, but lives. So look at how it was split up, scattered, diffused. Appropriately, therefore, the order of angels assigned to Netzach are the Elohim, or gods. The one has been reduced to the many for the purposes of manifestation and form. 4. These rays are not represented as the pure white light by which we see everything in its true colors, but as many hued, each one of which brings out and intensifies some specialized aspect of manifestation. Just as a ray of blue light will only show up those colors that are sympathetic to it. and will make its complementary colors look black. Every life or form of life, every life or form of force manifesting in Netzach is a partial but specialized manifestation. Therefore, no being that has for its sphere of evolution the sphere of Netzach can ever have an all around development, but must always be a creature of one idea, one single, simple, stereotyped function. We following? So, like I said, we're getting to legions of particular spirits, right? Armies and forces of specific spirits. Thank you, Sunshine Chick. Sunshine Chick says, "Hi, please see pinned message if you are inclined to give donation to our beloved teacher, Travis Mages." 5. It is the Netzach factor in ourselves that is the basis of our instincts, each of which, in their unintellectualized essence, gives rises to appropriate reflexes, just as an infant's lips will suck anything that is inserted between them. 6. The beings of Netzach, the Elohim, are not so much intelligences as the embodiments of ideas. So, look, the beings of Netzach, the Elohim, are not so much intelligences as the embodiments of ideas. This is one thing that I've encountered on my travels in the astral plane. All the things that you contact and communicate with, all of them are not necessarily intelligent entities. Sometimes you come upon clouds of data. Sometimes you come upon clouds of data in this part of the astral plane. And when you come into contact with these clouds of data, it can be as if you're having a conversation with a living being. But it's just like being on Wikipedia, right? It's a bunch of data about a specific topic. Your consciousness activates it and it can appear in your yasad, in your screen, as another entity. But in this particular realm of the lower astral plane, there are clouds of data that you may experience as a living entity. That sounds a lot like AI, doesn't it? Sounds a lot like AI. And this is, I think, one of the reasons why in the Bible, when the angel appeared to so and so, a dude got on his knees and put his face to the ground, the angel's like, "No, get up. Don't worship me. Only worship God. I'm just the messenger." I don't think you want to get on your knees and worship a cloud of data. 9 Volta says NetSag GPT. ACW, peace, peace, my fellow cyclomate. Good evening to you. 7. These Elohim, to give them their Hebrew name, are the formative influences whereby the creative force expresses itself in nature. Their true character is to be discerned in Chesed, where they are described by the Sephra Yetzirah as the holy powers. In Netzach, however, which represents the upper stratum of the reflecting ether, they undergo a change. The image making mind of man has begun to work upon them, molding the astral light into forms that shall represent them to his consciousness. That's what I'm talking about. You come across these clouds of data, you turn them into entities and angels and demons and spirits. Even things like the Goetia. Mm. And what did she say in the previous chapter? she mentioned, pay attention, like she says the stuff in specific places for specific reasons. These gods and goddesses are creations of man. They are not creations of the Most High. She said that for a reason. And don't neglect verse number 6. The beings of Netzach, the Elohim, are not so much intelligences as the embodiments of ideas. Come on now. Look at this. Alora says when people get inspired after praying to an angel, right? That's just like doing some research on a book like this and getting inspired about Qabalah because you came across some information that opened up some doors. I know nothing says my mind is officially blown, Trav. Too much sauce. We get into it. We get into it. Alkalinity Light says, so an element manifesting into a physical being for one's understanding and day to day working with it as a friend or homie. Yeah, I wouldn't say physical being though, because the intelligences of these things are not found on the physical plane. You find them in the etheric or the astral. That's where you come into contact with this data, with this cloud of data. Remember, now look, that previous chapter was inserted in between um, Tiferet and Netzach for a reason, because there's like a barrier right there. Man, let me flip to the damn. There's a barrier there. There's a barrier between each one of these gaps. This we know of as the abyss that's crossed by Doth. There's also a barrier here, and there's a barrier here. There's a barrier called the Veil of Peraketh that most people don't know about. There's a barrier that separates each one of these triangles. So she gave us that little short chapter before this to help us understand that force and form are now going to behave a little bit different in these lower spheres. Now, right now, we're still in the astral plane, but it's the lower astral plane where everything appears in a form. Everything looks like something. So even though it's just a collection of data, it looks like an angel or an elemental or whatever you see it as. But don't be mistaken. Don't be mistaken. That Tommy says, you got 72 motherfuckers in your head. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head. Classic, man. That could be on a shirt. 8. Let me read that highlight one more time. They undergo a change. The image making mind of man has begun to work upon them, molding the astral. Remember, we talked about the astral light, that free flowing mind stuff in the astral plane is just there. And it's what you use to create a barrier or a gateway between you and the force. So the image making mind of man has begun to work upon them, molding the astral light into forms that shall represent them to his consciousness. We create these representatives. You would be truly surprised, amazed, and baffled at what you can create out of this mind stuff. You can literally channel any force into your life if you just create a channel, or if you just find a channel that's already created, because 99% of the time there is one already that you can jump onto and smooth sail your way into manifestation. 8. It is very important that we should realize that these lower Sephra of the plane of illusion are densely populated by thought forms. She said, densely populated by thought forms. That everything which the human imagination has been able to conceive, however dimly, has a form built about it out of the astral light. So any single thing that any person has ever thought of, it exists on that astral plane. Anything, for better or for worse. It has a form built about it out of the astral light. And that the more the human imagination has dwelt upon it to idealize it, the more definite that form becomes. Ooh. Consequently, subsequent generations of seers, when they seek to discern the spiritual nature and innermost essence of any form of life, are met by these images, the creations of the created, and will be deceived thereby, mistaking them for the abstract essence itself, which is not to be found upon any plane that yields images to psychic vision, but only upon those that are discerned by pure intuition. Like, you got to understand, the stuff that I say, I'm not just pulling out the side of my neck. I'm not just pulling it out of my ass like some of these other folks. There's there's experience behind this stuff. If you can see it in your mind's eye, you are still in Yasod. At best, you're in the lower astral plane, but you're mostly in Yasod. And it is through Yasod that you actually see things. So if you're seeing things, you're not up in the spiritual plane. You're still in the etheric plane or the lower astral. I don't care if it's talking to you. I don't care if it makes you feel good. And you don't even have to accept it. You just have to go out there and prove me wrong. Go out there and prove it to yourself. Go see. Go see. So let me run that back, just in case you didn't hear it. It is very important that we should realize that these lower Sephra of the plane of illusion are densely populated by thought forms. That everything which the human imagination has been able to conceive, however dimly, has a form built about it out of the astral light. And that the more the human imagination has dwelt upon it to idealize it, I know you love Lucifer and you love your Baphomet. I know you love your demiurge. I know you love these deities and you're scared of them. You don't want them to eat you. But look, the more that the human imagination has dwelt upon it to idealize it, the more definite that form becomes. You know, Mickey Mouse is a powerhouse in the astral plane. Consequently, subsequent generations of seers, when they seek to discern the spiritual nature and innermost essence of any form of life, are met by these images, the creations of the created, and will be deceived thereby, mistaking them for the abstract essence itself, which is not to be found upon any plane that yields images to psychic vision, but only to those that are discerned by pure intention. So any plane that is going to give you a psychic vision, any plane that you go to where you see something, you're not you haven't penetrated to the abstract essence. This is why it's crucial to start to develop these higher senses that are beyond what you see and what makes you feel good. It's not about singing something. Oh, Trav, I meditated, but I didn't see anything. Good. I meditated for an hour and I didn't see nothing. Perfect. Right? Perfect. Gotti 777. Peace and love. Peace and love. Zero says, damn, that Mickey Mouse of South Park is real. Hey, they pulled it from somewhere, didn't they? It's really a Darth Vader floating around up there. Sunshine Chick says, to learn more about Yasod, Google hyper reality. It has really made me understand the concept of illusions. You know what? I'm going to Google that right now so I can check it out once I get off of this. Hyper reality. Let me check that out. Gotti777 says, listening to this with mushrooms, it's hitting. I heard that. I heard that. Tiana Pomeroy said she just healed me with that. Powerful, powerful. Truth has a certain way of doing that, don't it? That last slide, highlight it, underlying it, right? Don't mistake these creations of the created. Don't mistake these forms, because look what she said. The more that human imagination has dwelt upon these forms, these ideas, these concepts, these gods and goddesses, these shapes, the more that people have dwelt on them, the more defined that these forms become. So, of course, it's going to seem realer than real. Doesn't matter if it's Jesus, doesn't matter if it's your Baphomet, doesn't matter if it's King Payment. Don't be deceived by the creation of the created. Don't mistake them for the abstract essence itself, right? Because you're not going to find the abstract essence on any plane that yields images to psychic vision, which means that there are planes that don't yield images to psychic vision, but only upon those planes that are discerned by pure intuition. And it takes a little bit of refinement to operate on that level of pure intuition. How do these certain concepts make you feel? Do you have to force yourself to do something? Or does it feel natural? Does it feel like you're in the flow? Now, I don't mean like if you want to work out and you got to force yourself to get out of bed and go work out. I mean, obviously, that wouldn't, there we're talking about discipline. What I'm talking about is like, say, for example, when you hear this information, how does it resonate with you? Do you get this inner feeling like, this ain't right? Something about this ain't right. Do you get that inner feeling? Because if so, maybe you need to follow your intuition. Don't try to force it. You're going to find that that's going to be a lot of what this year is about. Following, this is what I mean by following this inner light. This is what's happening with this hermit year. You're going to learn how to move with that intuition. If you don't want to be somewhere, it don't feel right in your heart, yet you're going because you feel like you have to. Well, maybe it's time to stop robbing yourself and abusing yourself. Go do what you want to do. Hyper reality, a copy of the copy. Framestar Films, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. All right, so number 9. When his mentality was still primitive, man worshipped these images, by means of which he represented to himself the great natural forces so all important to his material well-being, thus establishing a link with them, by means of which a channel was developed whereby the forces they represented were poured into his soul, thus stimulating the corresponding factor in his own nature and thereby developing it. The operations of this worship, especially when it became highly organized and intellectualized, as in Greece and Egypt, built up exceedingly definite and potent images. And it is these that are generally understood as the gods. Listen to this. This is important. Generations of worship and adoration build a very strong image in the astral light. And when sacrifices are headed to the worship, the image is brought a step farther down the planes into manifestation and acquires a form in the dense ethers of Yasod, and is a very potent magical object capable of independent action. What? Capable of independent action when ensouled by the concrete ideas generated in Hod. You know, there's this idea of the golem associated with Kabbalah, which is essentially the occultist, the Kabbalist, builds a creature out of clay and brings down a soul into it, right? most likely by intensifying an egregore and bringing it into this clay object and allowing it to be alive, right? They was talking about some AI robotics. But this Kabbalah stuff brought that idea into existence before the Bible was written. So if that type of concept was floating around back then, you know we've done it by now. You know it's been done by now. But even more than that, generations of worship and adoration build a very strong image in the astral light. So remember before we talked about this astral substance floating around that doesn't necessarily have a form? Well, if you focus on that thing hard enough and sacrifice, do you remember what we said about sacrifice? Does that mean cutting throats and cutting cats and shit like that? No. What does sacrifice mean? Right? We're talking about a transmutation of energy, a transmutation of force into form, or form into force, right? So there's a way to take an astral image and focus on it so intensely that you start to bring it down closer to the planes of form. And hypothetically speaking, if you continue that process, you can cause something to manifest, to cross that barrier and cause it to manifest. This ain't crazy, weird, or far fetched because you've already done it, and hell, you probably did it today, but you didn't think it was magical, right? You probably did it today, and let me say this also: the things that we manifest, it's not the first time we thought of it. We've been working on these things, sometimes for years, sometimes for years. Perhaps it just so happened that we focused. Perhaps that occurred that we this particular time was the straw that broke the camel's back. So listen, man, if there's something you've been working on for a long time and it's just not coming to pass, you already invested all that energy into it. You don't know how close you are. This might be the time for it to finally cross over. Now, granted, just because you've invested doesn't mean you stick with it. Remember what I said about your intuition. You have a dream, you have goals and plans. You know that there's things that you've been working on forever. But if you're serious about it and you mean it, you might just need an ounce more of intense focus or sacrifice. You might just need a little bit more to cause that thing to fall down through the plains and manifest. And it might look like magic to everyone else only because they didn't see the amount of work that you put in. Alora says that part and taught with shooting meditation when changing Papa Purusha into the golden egg. Yes. Allah says if all you do is think about cookies, sooner or later you will be eating one. Allah says if all you do is think of bad shit, guess who gets a big pile of A? Magic Marcel says, thank you, white Jesus. Amen. The Subtle Realm says, I brought myself a sandwich from a thought 2 days ago. It just randomly showed up at my door after thinking. It's cool like that. Somebody's DoorDash got sent to the wrong place. I've had that one happen. Framestar Film says, overnight success usually takes years of prep. Man, truth was spoken. T.M. Pomeroy says, my son keeps walking off, and I was going to show him a film where the kid gets kidnapped, but now I know better. You ain't bringing that down with your wild, pure manifestations. Right, right. And good on you. Good mama. Good choice. That's why, like, when people be trying to show me, look, Trev, man, the cops done killed another one. They done killed. I don't watch that stuff. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see the cops killing somebody and beating somebody down. Why would I watch that? My mind and my manifestation power is too intense for me to be looking at shit like that. I'd rather see a pair of titties instead. I'm not about to watch somebody get beat to death by the police helplessly. I ain't finna manifest that. You can watch it if you want to. Don't show it to me. Let's keep going. 10. We see then that every celestial being conceived by the mind of man has as its basis a natural force, but that upon the basis of this natural force is built up a symbolic image representative thereof, which is ensouled and rendered active by the force it represents. One more time. We see then that every celestial being conceived by the mind of man has as its basis a natural force. Remember what I said earlier? If you can take it and break it down to its fundamental element, it'll be a whole lot easier to work with. But upon the basis of this natural force is built up a symbolic image representative thereof, which is ensouled and rendered active by the force it represents. The image, then, is but a mode of representation indulged, indulged in by the human mind for its own convenience. But the force of the image, the force that the image represents and which ensouls it, is a very real thing indeed, and under certain circumstances can be exceedingly powerful. In other words, although the form under which the god is represented is pure imagination, the force associated with it is both real and active. So, look, the forms that you're going to see are symbols, they are symbolic, but that doesn't mean that you are dealing with something that isn't real. The force behind these forms is what's real. Hence why you've got to look past the representation. 11. This fact is the key, not only to talismanic magic in its broadest sense, which includes all consecrated objects used in ceremonial and for meditation, but to many things in life that we cannot fail to observe, but for which we have no explanation. It explains a great many things in organized religion that are very real to the believer, but very baffling to the unbeliever, who can neither explain them nor explain them away. In Netzach, however, we have the most tenuous form of these things, and they are perceived far more by the contemplations of faith than by the eyes of the intellect. In the sphere of Hod are performed all manner of magical operations in which the intellect itself is brought to bear upon these tenuous and fleeting images to give them form and permanency. But in the sphere of Netzach, such operations do not take place to any great degree. All God forms in Netzach are worshipped by beings of the arts. All God forms in Netzach are worshipped by means of the arts, not conceived by means of philosophies. Nevertheless, for all practical purposes, practical means that it has an influence on your health, on your wealth, on your relationships. Nevertheless, for all practical purposes, it is impossible to separate the activities of Hod and Netzach, which are functional pair. They are a functional pair, just as Gibra and Chesed makes up the two aspects of metabolism, the catabolic and the anabolic. The functions of Netzach are implicit in Hod because Netzach emanates Hod, and the powers developed by evolution in the sphere of Netzach are the basis of the capacities of Hod. Consequently, all magical operations of the sphere of Hod work upon a basis of the tenuous life forms of Netzach. And because the human intellect works up from sphere to sphere, a good deal of the powers of Hod have been carried over into Netzach by initiated souls going on ahead of evolution. The two spheres, therefore, are not clear cut in their division and classification, but in each one a certain type of function very definitely predominate. So even though Hod we can say is the sphere of ceremonial magic, it operates on a springboard of Netzach. We can't have ceremonial magic without the instinctual Orphic magic. The fact that we can do rituals means that we've taken the rules and the framework from something that already exists. You want to use a lion as a symbol in your rituals? Well, you're doing that because of how the lion operates in nature, out of its instincts, being the king of the jungle. That already existed. But now you're taking it and intellectualizing it and turning it into a ceremony. So, ceremonial magic, hermetic magic, the works of Hod, comes out of the springboard of Netzach, the springboard of nature and the instincts. Something key to remember. 13. The contacts of Netzach are not made by means of conceiving its life philosophically. Also, what did she say up here about art? Yeah, all God forms in Netzach are worshipped by means of the arts. Keep that in mind as well. 13. The contacts of Netzach are not made by means of conceiving its life philosophically, nor by means of ordinary image making psychism, but by feeling with, as Algernon Blackwood has so graphically expressed it in his novels, into which so much of the sphere of Netzach enters. It is by means of dance and sound and color that that the Netzach angels are contacted and evoked. So here we're talking about the Orphic magicians, the Orphic practitioners, right? She said, it is by the means of dance and sound and color that the Netzach angels are contacted and evoked. How many of you tap in through dance? I've known some people to do this. How many people tap in through color, through music, right? Maybe it's kind of difficult for others to explain, right? You probably do it alone by yourself. You might turn on a certain playlist and just vibe out. You might dance when no one's looking. You might close your eyes and not even visualize anything, but just enjoy the music and connect with a certain kind of energy, right? How many people do that? And you do it for a reason. Sometimes you do it to energize you to go do something else. Sometimes you do it for the sake of doing it, and it heals you, right? It heals you. It fulfills you with something. Maybe you were a little bit depleted, depressed. Maybe you didn't feel a sense of connection with other people, but you know the rituals that fill you back up. You know the rituals that fill up your cup. Framestar Film says trance through dance. Alora says, so would you say this is where you get the senses involved? Absolutely. She says, oh, okay, that answered my question. Boom. So this is your Orphic magic, right? This is your Orphic magic. And like what she said earlier, it's kind of difficult to separate these two spheres. She said they're not clear cut in their division, but in each one, a certain type of function very definitely predominates. A lot of us do this, right? It's not a waste of time. When your soul needs it and calls for it, you go do it. And like I said, it often has a result of filling up your cup, so to speak. Sanson Rojo, peace, peace. Zero says totally true. These are the most powerful moments with musica. Kashigi says music be coming to my head randomly, and instead of trying to stop them, I should work on using them, especially when meditating. Facts. If a song is keeps like popping up in my head, little earworm, I know that that means I need to go listen to it. Not necessarily because the lyrics are going to bring me some information, but my soul is asking for that, right? And a subtle part of me is requiring that. The same way that when you're hungry, your body tells you to go into the fridge and make some food. Well, sometimes your soul needs sustenance. And imagine denying it. Imagine fulfilling it. Poor Kill says, makes me see how the tribes work. Tian Pomeroy says, wow, that makes sense. I dance a lot. And I notice it gives bonus effects like glamour magic. So now I'm wondering if that's the Venus. Yes, yes, yes. It alters your state, right? It puts you in a different place and you behave and you perform differently when you believe differently. Magic Marcel says, if you go to a dance battle, people make the same noises when they see something dope. I wonder the forces behind that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, what did we say about NetSec before? She's talking about the group mind, the hive mind, the collective mind. Absolutely. No one has to tell us what to do. We do it automatically because we're tapped into that group mind. As many differences that we try to place on humanity, we are the same animal. We are the same animal. Sunshine Chick says it's very common that I wake up from a night's sleep with a song. Same here, same here. Framestar Films says Mercury equals communication, Venus equals the arts, art and communication, talisman, sigil, etc. Yes, yes. Ela says the Oracle of Delphi, know thyself. So it is by means of dance and sound and color that the Netzach angels are contacted and evoked. The worshiper of a god in the sphere of Netzach enters into communion with the object of his adoration by means of the arts, and in proportion as he is an artist in some medium or other, and can therefore represent his deity symbolically, will he be able to make the contact and draw the life into himself. That's what we do, even when you don't know that you're doing that, right? When you have this intense worship and focus on something that stimulates the senses, you're tapping into the force behind it. Now, what the artist does when they're doing what they're supposed to do is they're able to reflect and represent that God, that force, that energy. And through their medium, they build that representation and it should be able to touch somebody else. You should be able to look at that art and still feel that force. That's why some songs, certain music, certain movie, like certain pieces of art, no matter what the medium is, you can tell if the artist tapped into the actual force behind it because you feel it. You can't exactly explain it, but you can feel it. There's a big difference between art you can feel and art that's just made for, I don't know, for money or just because. There's a there's a huge difference. And remember, Taught with Shooty, she talked about this as well in Taught with Shooty. The artist is supposed to do this because this is what helps to evolve the collective. Because you'll get somebody who's not studying this stuff at all, but they can view a piece of art where the artist tapped into a force. That average person now has a channel for a god force that they didn't have the skills to contact on their own. How wonderful is that? How wonderful is that where you can make a symbolic representative, a channel for a specific deity, for a specific force, and the average person, the basic muggle, can tap into that and still get the benefits. You've done a wonderful thing. You've done a wonderful thing. Just as the word George Lucas popped into my head, I saw Evo 7 type Star Wars. Peace, peace, Evo 7. Zero says, damn, this is my favorite chapter. My mind is exploding. Yeah, man. Let's keep going. So, those of you who are artists and you're also here studying the occult, now you know why it's so important to tap in. Not just what you see in the etheric plane, not even what you see in the astral plane, because that's what everybody sees. Go past that. Go past that. Carve a new path. It's almost like the astral plane is this, I don't know, this forest, this wilderness. And there's all these paths leading to all these places that are already discovered. They're still unexplored territory. There's still places that haven't been explored. There's still room to carve out new paths. Hmm. I'll read that again. The worshiper of a god in the sphere of Netzach enters into communion with the object of his adoration by means of the arts, and in proportion as he is an artist in some medium or other, and can therein represent his deity symbolically. Yes, he will be able to make the contact and draw the life into himself. All rites which have rhythm and movement and color in them are a working in the sphere of Netzach. And as Hod, wow, that's funny because that makes me think of how like in certain like public events, like worldly public events, they have like little halftime shows and everyone's dancing and wearing masks and people are like, oh, it's a ritual. Did y'all see the ritual? Rihanna did a ritual. Jay-Z did a ritual. Well, no shit. Yes, anybody can say that. But if you really want to be someone who knows what they're talking about, did you identify the force that's being channeled through that ritual? Or are you just going to repeat, it's a ritual, it's a ritual? You still watched it. Anyways, all rights which have rhythm and movement and color in them are a working in the sphere of Netzach. And as Hod, the sphere of magical workings, draws its force from Netzach, it follows that any magical operation of the sphere of Hod must have a Netzach element in it if it is to be ensouled effectively. And in order to provide a basis of manifestation, etheric substance has to be provided by some form of sacrifice, even if it be only the burning of incense. Even if it's only the burning of incense. This question will be dealt with fully in studying the spheres of Yesod to which it belongs. It is necessary to refer to it here because the significance of the rites of Netzach cannot be understood without a realization of the means whereby manifestation is effected and the God brought near to his worshippers. 14. Let us now consider Netzach from the point of view of the microcosmic tree of life, that is to say, the subjective tree within the soul, wherein the Sephra are factors in consciousness. It's a ritual. Hey man, it's a ritual. They did a ritual. Okay, ritual for what? Y'all are funny. 15. The three supernals and the first pair of manifesting Sephra, Chesed, and Gibra represent the higher self, with Tifereth as the point of contact with the lower self. Be a good idea to show an image, wouldn't it? So look, here you have the higher self. See that? Tifereth is the point of contact with your higher self, the holy guardian angel. So what she's saying here in 15, as you look at this image, she said that the three supernals and the first pair of manifesting Sephra, Chesed and Gibra, Chesed and Gibra, represent the higher self. So the three supernals and these two, this is the higher self. Boom. With Tifereth as the point of contact with the lower self. The four lower Sephra, one, two, three, four, the four lower Sephra, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and Malkuth, represent the lower self or personality, the unit of incarnation, with Tifereth as the point of contact with the higher self, which is sometimes called the holy guardian angel. 16. From the point of view of the personality, Tifereth represents the higher consciousness, aware of spiritual things. Netzach represents the instincts, Hod, the intellect. Yesod represents the fifth element, ether, and Malkuth, the four elements, which are the subtle aspect of matter. All that the average human intellect can realize is the nature of dense matter, Malkuth, and of the intellect, Hod, both concrete aspects of existence. It has no appreciation of the forces which build the forms, as represented by Netzach, the sphere of the instincts, and Yesod, the etheric double, or subtle body. Consequently, we must make a careful study of Netzach because its nature and importance are so little understood. So little understood. Mm-hmm. I love this music. It's officially the official mystical Qabalah soundtrack. Patchwork in the building. Peace, peace. Lasange de Cote. Peace. All right. You heard that yawn. That means it's time for me to get another cup of coffee. I've only had one all day. I'm going to go get a second cup. BRB. This is not a long break. This is a quick get a cup of coffee break. Oh, yeah. Today's live stream brought to you by Veranda Blend. I prefer light roast coffees. Dark roast is a bit too much for me. I like them light. Void Stranger, peace, peace. Thorough, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Phoenix Wolfette says, do you drink mushroom coffee? It's really energizing. I have before. I tried Rise, and I tried another brand before. I mean, it's good. I just didn't really keep up with it. How about you? What mushroom coffee brand do you prefer? Now, I used to drink one. What was it called? I think it was Organo Gold. You had to kind of know somebody in the little multi-level marketing scheme they had, but I think it was called Organo Gold. I used to drink that for a long time. That was mushroom coffee. That was delicious, and it worked. Right. Back again for the first time. You ever been back again for the first time? Patrick says, this is the chapter on NetZach. I do love me some Venus. Agreed. Agreed. Zero says, coffee and honey are two things I love. Honey said is really powerful because it has similar composition as the blood. I didn't know that. Ace says, it's interesting you say that because I miss coffee so much, but I can't drink it. Perhaps switch to light and the amount of grounds. What about decaf? There's some good decaf flavors nowadays. In the past there weren't, but nowadays there are. Phoenix Wolfette says I stick to Rise and add a little creamer. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was good. I just didn't keep up with it. Elas says Cuban coffee's good. It's like espresso. Yeah, yeah. I used to like the dark, strong stuff, but not so much anymore. Gotti777 says I'm gonna go raw. Sometimes it be that way. Ace says, one day I'll share a tea that tastes like coffee. It's orgasmic. Just add honey or not, but the taste. Now I'm interested. Sunshine Chick says, I've graduated to espresso. Maybe I'll go back. Not right now. Ila says, Venus rules a nakshatra in Aries. It's called Bharani. She co-rules with Yama, god of the underworld. Oh yeah, Bharani has a very interesting mythology. All right, let's get back to it. Ooh, I see the word sex. Let's get to the word sex. Verse 23. 17. We shall comprehend the nature of Netzach in the microcosm best if we remember that it is the sphere of Venus, with all that that implies. Translated from the symbolic language of the Qabalah into plain English, it means that we are concerned here with the function of polarity, which is a very great deal more than mere sex as popularly conceived. 18. It is important to note in this respect that Venus, or in her Greek form, Aphrodite, is not a fertility goddess at all, such as are Ceres and Persephone. She is the goddess of love. Now, in the Greek concept of life, love embraced much more than the relationship between the sexes. It included the comradeship of fighting men and the relationship of teacher and pupil. Aw, see, there's more than just sex. You got the comradeship of fighting men, you've got the love between teacher and pupil. The Greek hetaira, or a woman whose profession is love, was something very different to our modern prostitute. The Greek kept the simple physical relation of the sexes for his lawful wife, who was secluded in the gynoecium or harem, and was kept simply for breeding purposes in order that he might have lawful heirs. And she was a woman without education, though of good blood, and was not encouraged to render herself attractive or ply the arts of love. Still less, she was encouraged to worship the goddess Aphrodite, who presided over the higher aspects of love. The deities of her adoration were expected to be the gods of hearth and home. Ceres, the Earth Mother, was the ruler of the mysteries of the Greek women. Yeah, back in the day, this whole concept of a woman whose profession was love, it's very difficult for us to conceive of what that would have been like because we don't have that nowadays. A woman who was a professional lover and was very necessary to society, mind you. 19. The Aphrodite cult was something very much more than the simple performance of an animal function. It was concerned with the subtle interaction of the life force between two factors, the curious flow and return, the stimulus and the reaction, which plays so important a part in the relation of the sexes, but extends far beyond the sphere of sex. So she's really trying to get you to understand yes, Venus, goddess of love, sexual relations can be found there, but it's so much further than just animal function. right? It doesn't take it doesn't take anything to do that. But there's more to it. There's layers to it, right? What she's talking about is this exchange, this flow and return, this stimulus and reaction between the masculine and the feminine, and how it's necessary for health and for growth. The Greek hetaira was expected to be a woman of culture. There were, of course, all grades among them, from the lower, who approximated to the Japanese geisha, to the higher, who held salons after the manner of the famous French blue stockings, and were women of clean physical virtue. Women of clean physical virtue, to whom no man would dare to make sensual advances. But because of the reverence in which the function of sex was held among the Greeks, it is probable that at no grade of society did the hetaira approximate to the degradation of the modern professional prostitute. So, like, again, this is something that doesn't exist in our modern world. But you can see our modern attempts to try to replicate. You can see our modern attempts because it's something that's built into to our culture, to human culture in general. But it would almost seem that we as a modern culture have forgotten how to love. We're a bit confused on this curious flow and return that she's talking about, and how it may express itself beyond the animal function of sex. 21. The function of the Hetera was to minister to the intellect of her clients as well as to their appetites. She was a hostess as well as a mistress. And to her resorted the philosophers and poets to receive inspiration and sharpen their wits. For it was well realized that there is no greater inspiration to an intellectual man than the society of a vital and cultured woman. Amen to that, Miss Dion Fortune. 22. In the temples of Aphrodite, the art of love was sedulously cultivated, and the priestesses were trained from childhood in its skill. But this art was not simply that of provoking passion, but of adequately satisfying it on all levels of consciousness, not simply by the gratification of the physical sensations of the body, but by the subtle etheric exchange of magnetism and intellectual and spiritual polarization. Bring me a higher love. Whoa. Nice one, Subtle Realms. Hi, Master. Peace, peace. Curve says, you know what's crazy? My grandma is a Taurus, which deals with Venus, and we are learning about NetSec. Man, I love this shit. Perfect timing, like always. Simple Moy says, Jesus is just man prophetic. The subtle realm says the orbit of Venus makes the flower of life. I've seen that. It's pretty cool how that happens. In the temples of Aphrodite, the art of love was sedulously cultivated, and the priestesses were trained from childhood in its skill. But this art was not simply that of provoking passion, but of adequately satisfying it on all levels of consciousness, not simply by the gratification of the physical sensations of the body, but by the subtle etheric exchange of magnetism and intellectual and spiritual polarization. This lifted the cult of Aphrodite out of the sphere of simple sensuality and explains why the priestesses of the cult commanded respect and were by no means looked upon as common prostitutes, although they received all comers. They were engaged in ministering to certain of the subtler needs of the human soul by means of their skilled arts. We have brought to a higher pitch of development than was ever known to the Greeks the art of stimulating desire with film and review and syncopation. But we have no knowledge of the far more important art of meeting the needs of the human soul for etheric and mental interchange of magnetism. And it is for this reason that our sex life, both physiologically and socially, is so unstable and unsatisfactory. 23. We cannot understand aright unless we realize that it is one aspect of what the esotericist calls polarity, and that this is a principle that runs through the whole of creation and is, in fact, the basis of manifestation. It is represented on the tree by the two pillars of severity and mercy. The whole of the activity of force is comprised in the principle of polarity, just as the whole of the function of form is comprised in the principle of metabolism. 24. Polarity really means the flowing of force from a sphere of high pressure to a sphere of low pressure, high and low being always relative terms. Every sphere of energy needs to receive the stimulus of an influx of energy at higher pressure and to have an output into a sphere of lower pressure. The source of all energy is the great unmanifest, and it makes its way down the levels, changing its form from one to the other, till it is finally earthed in Malkuth. It is every individual life, in every form of activity, in every organized social group for whatever purpose, whether army, church, or limited company. We see the exemplification of this flowing of energy in circuit. The great point we need to realize is that in the microcosmic tree, there is a flow down and up the positive and negative aspects of our own subjective levels of consciousness, whereby the spirit inspires mind, and mind directs the emotions, and the emotions form the etheric double, and the etheric double molds the physical vehicle, which is the earth of the circuit. This is a fact that is generally realized, and its implications are easily seen as soon as attention is drawn to them. I hope you paid attention to that part. Spirit inspires mind. Mind directs the emotions. Emotions form the etheric double. The etheric double molds the physical vehicle. 25. Now this is a chunky one here. This is a healthy one here. Check this out. Patrick says like a bolt of lightning coming down and materializing. Interesting choice of words you used there. 25. 5 plus 2 is 7. Look at this now. We're going to talk about the essence of the magical Qabalah. So, But a point we do not so readily realize is that there is a flow and return between each body or level of consciousness and its corresponding aspect in the macrocosm, just as there is an intake and output on the level of Malkuth, whereby food and water are received into the body as nutriment and rejected as excreta, which is the food of the vegetable kingdom under the polite name of manure, right? So, look, just like your physical body has a polarity end where you put food and water in, and a polarity end where food and water come out, but it comes out in a different form. In fact, that different form that it comes out is food to the vegetable kingdom. Interesting. Well, I don't know about nowadays with your McDonald's diet, but at least back in these days, it was food for the vegetable kingdom. She says that a point that we do not so readily realize is that there is a flow and return between each body or level of consciousness and its corresponding aspect in the macrocosm, just as there is an intake and output on the level of Malkuth, whereby food and water are received into the body as nutriment and rejected as excreta, which is the food of the vegetable kingdom under the polite name of manure. So is there an intake and output between the etheric double and the astral light, and between the astral body and the mind side of nature, and so on up the planes, with the subtler factors represented by the six higher Sephiroth. So we're not talking about a human centipede, we're talking about a cosmic centipede. The essence of the magical Qabalah, which is the practical application of the tree of life, practical. The essence of the magical Qabalah, which is the practical application of the tree of life, is to develop these magnetic circuits of the different levels and so strengthen and reinforce the soul. Just as the physical body is nourished by eating and drinking and kept healthy by adequate excretion, which might be called the operations of the sphere of Malkuth, so is the soul of man energized by the operations of the sphere of Tifereth, which is also called the sphere of the Redeemer, who brings health to the soul. Now you can see why Tifereth was chosen as Raphael the healer, not Mikael, but Raphael, because it is the sun, it is the energy of Tifereth that heals and rejuvenates and gives life. So the sphere of the Redeemer, who bringeth health to the soul. We know how initiation develops the powers of the higher psychism and enables the human understanding to apprehend spiritual truths. What we do not realize is that for the full gamut of human development, we need also to develop our power to contact natural energy in its essential form, as represented by the sphere of Netzach. We are accustomed to take the line that the spiritual and the natural are mutually antagonistic, and that we must rob Peter to pay Paul, and to conclude that if the spiritual is the highest good, the natural must necessarily be the lowest evil. Check this out. We do not realize that matter is crystallized spirit, and spirit is volatilized matter, and that there is no difference of substance between them, any more than there is difference between water and ice. But both are different states of the one thing, as the alchemists call it. This is the great secret of alchemy, which forms the philosophic basis of the secret doctrine of transmutation. 26. But the transmutation of metals is of little save academic importance compared to the transmutation of energy within the soul. It is this that the initiates deal with by means of the technique of the tree of life. And as consciousness transmutes up and down the central pillar of mildness or equilibrium, so does energy transmute up and down the pillar of mercy, of which Netzach is at the base, and form transmute up and down the pillar of severity, of which Hod, the intellect, is the base. 27. In Chokmah, then, we get the tremendous drive of life, which is the great male potency of the universe. In Chesed, we get the organization of forces into interacting wholes. In Netzach, we get a sphere wherein evolution, ascending from Malkuth as organized force in souling vivified form, is able to contact essential force once more. The Science Decode says this is so spirit summoning master system. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Netzach, the sphere of Noga, which is the Hebrew name for Venus Aphrodite, is therefore an exceedingly important sphere from the point of view of the practical work of occultism. It is because most people who go in for occultism work up the central pillar only, which is the pillar of consciousness, and pay no attention to the side pillars, which are the pillars of function. That such negligible results are obtained from initiation. The blind are leading the blind, and the average would be initiator in modern occult fraternities, who is usually more of a mystic than an occultist, does not realize that he has got to initiate the subconsciousness as well as consciousness and illuminate the instincts as well as the reason. 28. We have considered NetSec from the objective and the subjective points of view. It now remains to study the symbolism assigned to the Sephra in the light of the knowledge we have already obtained. All right, so like she said, we just dealt with the objective and subjective points of view about NetSec. She gave us many examples. Now we're going to get into the symbolism. And this is probably going to appeal to the subconscious mind a little bit more effectively. Remember earlier, she talked about how these gods that we deal with are the creations of man, right? They're not the creations of the Most High, the creations of man. Remember, she said that? But that doesn't take anything away from them. It's just important to understand the difference. Because even though these creations of man are creations of man, they're still symbols and representatives of very real cosmic forces. And these gods and goddesses serve as channels that connect us to those forces. And for the most part, these channels of forces are what I call clouds of data, clouds of information. When you do your astral work, when you do your rituals, when you do your channeling, and you contact these entities, there's a very high probability that you're contacting a cloud of data. The cloud of data being a channel, a passageway to a very real cosmic force. Now, 28, 29. We shall observe at once that the symbolism contains two distinct ideas: the idea of power and the idea of beauty. Power and beauty. And we are reminded of the love that existed between Venus and Mars, according to the old myth. Now, these myths are not fabulous, save in the historical sense, but represent truths of the spirit. And when we find the same idea recurring in different pantheons, when we find Hebrew Kabbalist and Greek poet whose mentalities were as far removed from each other as the poles, presenting the same concept in different forms, we must conclude that it is not accidental, but will repay careful scrutiny. So when you see a recurring theme across cultures, right? You see something happening in the Hebrew and the Greek and the Chinese, the African, the South American, the Native American, when you see specific themes repeating itself, chances are we're dealing with something that is fundamental, a real cosmic force. 30. Let us depart from our usual method of analyzing the symbols in the given order and classify them according to the two types into which they fall. 31. The Hebrew title of the seventh Sephra is Netzach, meaning victory. Its additional title is firmness, which carries out the same idea of masterful and victorious energy. The god name is Jehovah Sevaoth, meaning the Lord of hosts or God of armies. We're dealing with legions. The order of angels assigned to Netzach are the Elohim, or gods and goddesses, the rulers of nature. The four tarot cards assigned to the Sephirah all contain the idea of battle, even if in a negative form. Let's take a moment to look. She said they all contain ideas of battle. Most definitely, right? Look at this guy. This is a battle too, isn't it? What kind of battle is he going through? What kind of battle is this guy going through? What kind of battle is happening here? And what kind of battle is happening here? Right? See, when you think of battle, it's not just necessarily between external people. 3 out of 4 of these battles are internal. Right? 3 out of 4 of these battles are internal. Right? That's an internal battle. This is an internal battle. And this is an internal battle. So let's see what she says. The four tarot cards assigned to this Sephirah all contain the idea of battle, even if in a negative form. It is curious to note, however, that it is only the Seven of Wands which has a good or positive significance, which is this one. This guy's got a chance, right? Interesting to note that this card is represented by Mars in Leo. So I'm thinking that his chance wholly depends on where his heart is. He's got heart, right? He's not going to give up, which means that he's not going to lose. Mars and Leo right here. So she says that it is only the Seven of Wands which has a good or positive significance. The other three sevens are all cards of ill fortune. The reason for this becomes clear, however, when we understand the symbolism as a whole. So we will put it aside for the moment and reconsider it later. 1111. Thank you, Patchwork. Patchwork always has my 1111 back. 33. Let us now turn to the consideration of the other set of symbolic images. The mundane chakra of Netzach is the planet Venus, and the magical image is, appropriately enough, a beautiful naked woman. The spiritual experience assigned to this sphere is the vision of beauty triumphant. The virtue is unselfishness, that is to say, the capacity to polarize from the negative pole. The vices are the obvious ones of love abused, unchastity, and lust. 34. The correspondence in the microcosm is with the loins, hips, and legs. These, it will be noted, form the setting of the generative organs, but not the generative organs themselves, and bear out the idea previously shadowed forth that the goddess of love and the fertility goddess are not one and the same thing. 35. The symbols assigned to Netzach are the lamp, the girdle, and the rose. The girdle and rose are self explanatory, for they are traditionally associated with Venus. The lamp, however, requires more explanation, for the classical associations afford us no clue on this point. We must turn to alchemy. 36. The four elements are associated with the four lower Sephra, and of these, the element of fire is associated with Netzach. The lamp is the magical weapon used in operations of the element of fire, hence the association with Netzach. The element of fire is associated with the fiery energy at the heart of nature and connects up with the Mars aspect of the Venus Sephira. 37. We see then from a study of the foregoing symbolism that the Mars or victory symbolism is associated with the macrocosm and the Venus or love symbolism with the microcosm or subjective aspect. This gives us the key to a very important psychological truth, well understood by the ancients, but which had to wait the work of Freud for its interpretation in modern language. This may best be expressed by saying that elemental energy, or the fundamental dynamism of an individual, is very closely connected with the sex life of that individual. 38. This is a very important fact in our psychic life, well understood by psychologists, though but little appreciated by mystics and psychics, who generally incline to an idealism which seeks to escape from matter and its problems. But to escape like this is to leave unconquered fortresses in our rear. Wait a minute. And the wiser way, the only way that can produce wholeness in life and a balanced temperament, is to give due place to Netzach, which balances the intellectuality of Hod and the materiality of Malkuth, remembering always that the tree consists of the two pillars of polarity and the path of equilibrium between them. 39. The true secret of natural goodness lies in the recognition of the contending rights of the pairs of opposites. There is no such antinomy as between good and evil, but only the balance between two extremes. So there is no such antinomy. All right, I'm gonna have to look it up. Antinomy, kind of like antinomialism, right? Antinomy. It's antinomy. So I can stop stumbling over it. And all right. Antinomy, contradiction or opposition, especially between two laws or rules. A contradiction between principles or conclusions that seem equally necessary and reasonable. A paradox. Opposition of one law or rule to another law. Got it. So an incompatibility. Let's read it again. There is no such antinomy as between good and evil. So there is no such battle between these two poles, but only the balance between two extremes, each of which is evil when carried to excess, both of which give rise to evil if insufficient for equipoise. Unbridled license leads to degradation, but unbalanced idealism leads to psychopathology. 40. There are three types of persons who pass within the veil: the mystic, the psychic, and the occultist. The mystic aspires to union with God and achieves his end by putting aside all that is not of God in his life. The psychic is a receiver of subtle vibrations, but not a transmitter. The occultist must needs be, to some extent at least, a receiver, but his primary aim is to be able to control and direct in the invisible kingdoms in the same way that the man of science has learnt to control and direct in the kingdom of nature. You hear that? So it isn't just about giving up the real world to be one with God. It isn't about just receiving psychic impressions. Yeah, you want to do a little bit of both, for sure. But the primary aim of the occultist is to be able to control and direct in the invisible kingdoms, in the same way that the man of science has learned to control and direct in the kingdom of nature. Does that make sense? 41. In order to achieve this end, he must work in harmony with the invisible forces in the same way that the scientist masters nature by understanding her. Of these invisible forces, some are spiritual, descending from Kether, and some are elemental, working up from Malkuth. The Kether forces of the macrocosm are picked up by the Tiferet center in the microcosm. To use the Kabbalistic terminology, the elemental forces are picked up by the Yesod center, but, and this is the important point, they are directed and controlled by the manner in which the equilibrium is maintained between Netzach and Hod. Mad Bear, peace, peace. So, in order to be able to control and direct the invisible kingdoms, you, occultist, we've got to be able to work in harmony with the invisible forces. The same way that the scientist masters nature by understanding her. So, of these invisible forces, some of them are spiritual, which come down from Kether, and some of these forces are elemental, which come up from Malkuth. The Kether forces of the macrocosm are picked up by Tifereth. The elemental forces are picked up by Yesod. What's Yesod? Your imagination. What's Tifereth? The point of contact with your higher self. You see how this is working out? They are directed and controlled by the manner in which the equilibrium is maintained between Netzach and Hod. Mayat Mystic, peace and greetings. Happy New Year. 42. 42? Netzach in the microcosm represents the instinctive, emotional side of our nature, and Hod represents the intellect. Netzach is the artist in us, and Hod is the scientist. It's a great way to think about that. Netzach is the artist in us, Hod is the scientist. According as our moods shift between restraint and dynamism, will be the polarity of Hod and Netzach in the microcosm, which is the soul. If there is no Netzach influence to introduce a dynamic element, the over preponderance of Hod will lead to all theory and no practice in occult matters. No one can handle magic in whom the sphere of Netzach is not in function. For the skepticism of Hod will kill all magical images before their birth. Like all things in nature, Hod, unfertilized by its opposing polarity, is sterile. There must be something of the artist in every occultist who wants to do practical work. The intellect alone, however powerful, does not confer powers. So you hear that? Without the dynamic element of Netzach, you're going to be an armchair occultist, just a bunch of theories, no practice, right? You can't do this and understand it without some practice, right? It can't just be all book reading and all theorizing because that's sterile. The skepticism will build so much that you doubt everything before you even try it. So there has to be that healthy element of Netzach, of the artist, of fuck it, let's just use our imagination. Let's just throw something together and try it. Not necessarily throw something together, but let's do it, even if we're not ready. Let's do it, even if we're not fully prepared. Let's try, let's test, right? Because there's data that you can only get through practice. There's data you can only get through books, but there's also data that you can only get through actually doing something. She said that there must be something of the artist in every occultist who wants to do practical work. The intellect alone, however powerful, does not confer powers. It is through the Netzach in our own nature that the elemental forces obtain access to consciousness. I'll read that again. It is through the Netzach in our own nature. Now think about Netzach. I think about the Netzach in your nature, right? I asked the question earlier. Do you turn on the playlist and start dancing, start singing along? Like, do you just groove? Do you watch movies and get wrapped up in it? Do you like to paint? Do you like to create? Do you like to just do creative things for the sake of doing the creative thing? Do you feel energized by it? Do you like to sun gaze and talk to the trees, connect with your crystals? Do you do these things? This is the Netzach in your nature. So look, it is through the Netzach in our own nature that the elemental forces obtain access to consciousness. This is how you start that process of giving the elementals a channel to evolve through, a channel of evolution. That's how you do it. That's how you build your elemental forces. And if you've listened to what I've said about elementals in the past, I said wherever you see a pattern, there is elemental intelligence behind it. This is how you do it. This is how we do it. It's Friday night, and I feel alright. The party's here on the west side. This is how we do it. Ramstar Film says to reflect creation requires creativity. So, once again, it is through the netzach in our own nature that the elemental forces obtain access to consciousness. Without netzach, they remain in the subconscious sphere of Yesod, working blindly. It is taught in the mysteries that each level of manifestation has its own ethic or standard of right and wrong, and that we must not confuse the planes by expecting from one the standard of another, which is not applicable thereon. In the realm of mind, the ethic is truth. On the astral plane, which is the sphere of the emotions and instincts, guess what? The ethic is beauty. So she said that every plane has its own rules, every plane has its own ethic. In the mental plane, the ethic is truth. So if you think about the mental plane, right, which is pure data really. If it's true, it's right, it's beautiful. We gravitate towards the truth. And if it's a lie, if it's false, it's ugly. It's meant to be banished from your presence. Now let's take that same context, but change the content. On the astral plane, we're not dealing with data, we're dealing with emotional reaction. So on the astral plane, if it's beautiful, it is true, it is right, it is correct, it is good. If it's ugly, it is meant to be banished from your presence. You see how that works? We must learn to understand the righteousness of beauty, as well as the beauty of righteousness. If we want to bring all these provinces of the inner kingdom into obedience to the central power of unified consciousness. Now remember, I said that was the astral plane. That's not the physical plane. On the physical plane, beauty does not equal right and truth, right? It's different on the physical plane, isn't it? Because beauty is more than likely a deception on the physical plane. But on the astral plane, there is no hiding, there is no masking, no filters. The astral plane, you're seeing more of the force and less of the form. So on the astral plane, that is the language of right and wrong, beauty and ugly. I know nothing says that which is ugly going straight in the damn clip off. Absolutely. On the astral plane, right? Each plane has its own rules and its own ethic. 43. In entering upon the region of the four lower Sephra, we're coming into the sphere of the human mind. Subjectively considered, they constitute the personality and its powers. It is the aim of occult initiation to develop these powers, and, if taken from the higher standpoint, as it always should be if it is not to degenerate into black magic, to unite them with Tifereth, which is the focusing point of the higher self or individuality. In discussing Netzach, therefore, we have definitely passed within the portal of the mysteries and are treading upon the sacred ground reserved for initiates. 44. I am no advocate of secrecy, which is simply priestcraft. But there are certain practical secrets of the mysteries which it is inadvisable to cry aloud lest they be abused. There is also the inveterate tendency of human nature to apply its own definitions to familiar terms and to refuse to recognize them apart from their familiar associations. If I lift the corner of the veil of the temple and reveal the fact that sex is simply a special instance of the universal principle of polarity, the immediate assumption is that polarity and sex are synonymous terms. If I say that although sex is a part of polarity, there is a great deal of polarity that has nothing to do with sex, my explanation is ignored. Perhaps I shall be understood better if I substitute the terminology of physics for that of the more appropriate psychology and say that life will only flow in circuit, insulated, and it becomes inert. Let us take the human personality as an electrical machine. It must be connected up with the powerhouse, which is God, the source of all life, or there will be no motive power. But equally, it must be earthed, or the power will not flow. Every human being must be earthed to the earth, both literally and metaphorically. The idealist tries to induce a complete insulation of all earth contacts in order that the inflowing power may not be wasted. He fails to realize that the earth is one great magnet. Magnetic, the rhythm of a dangerous dance. Little known Earth, Wind, and Fire song. All right, everybody, we are reaching the end of the chapter. We are reaching the last page. We're about to get back into the tarot real quick. How's everybody doing? You still with me? Still going strong? We got more people here than when we started. That's a good sign. Are you learning something this NetSack chapter? However small it may be or large, depending on your level of comprehension or if you're busy or not. How we doing tonight? How we doing tonight? J Baldhill says, thank you, Dion. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mad Bear says, still here. Cool, cool. Fat Tony says, yes, sir. Subtle Realm says, yes, sir. Ramstar Film says, yep. Minosis says, still tapped in. Let's go. Let's go. All right, all right. Everybody seems to be doing good. So let's finish it up. We're on the last stretch, last few pages. You know that when she talks about the tarot, we're at the end of it. So come on, come on, come on. Come and talk to me. I really wanna. Can I talk to you? Alkalinity Light. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Come and talk to me. I really wanna be you. Mad Mystic says, spark of merry and listening. I heard that. Rocking it. Cosmic Traveler says, using analogies makes understanding a lot better. Fantastic. Fantastic. Fat Tony says, making coffee, rolling up. I heard that. I heard that. That's what time it is. Assad just says, here. Wonderful. I know nothing says this is a chapter I'm gonna have to re-listen at work. Too much sauce. Al Dickey says, "Have you tried the lasagna?" I don't know about you, but it's my favorite. That's my real name. That's my real name. Peace, Al Dickey. Yala says the Earth is magnetic and it's spinning. Just look at your fingerprints. Curve says you did the same in the elemental course. Oh yeah. Is it still hot out there? Is George Bush still president? Oh yeah, Curve says ended each course chapter with the tarot. Right, right. Learn from the best, right? All right, so let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. Come on, come on, come on. Come and smoke with me. I really wanna get by. Can I smoke with you? Y'all ever heard the remix? I don't know who did it, but I think I heard the remix before I heard the original. Cosmic Traveler says main mission, understanding Qabalah. Side quest, understanding tarot. I mean, hey, they are two-thirds of the same thing. Throw astrology in there. You got three angles of the same beast. All right. 45, page 220. Look at how fast we're going through this text. Tradition declares from of old that the key to the mysteries was written upon the emerald tablet of Hermes, whereon were inscribed the words, as above, so below. Apply the principles of physics to psychology, and the riddle will be read. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Ooh. Apply the principles of physics to psychology. Think about the principles of physics. We think about gravity, we think about heat, you think about that which is set into motion and whatnot. Thermodynamics, that's what it's called. What if you apply them to psychology? Of course, we're talking symbology. 46. Finally, we come to the consideration of the significance of the tarot cards associated with Netzach. These are the four sevens of the tarot pack. 47. As we are now coming within the sphere of influence from the earth plane, it may be well to explain what these lesser cards of the tarot pack represent in divination. Are you ready? They symbolize the different modes of function of the different Sephirotic forces in the four worlds of the Kabbalists. The suit of wands corresponds to the spiritual level, cups to the mental level, swords to the astral plane, and pentacles to the physical plane. Don't forget it. Wands corresponds to the spiritual level, cups to the mental level, swords to the astral plane, pentacles to the physical plane. Got it? Consequently, if the Seven of Pentacles turns up in a divination, it means that the influence of Netzach is playing a part on the physical level. There's an old proverb, lucky in love, unlucky at cards, which is but another way of saying that the person who is attractive to the opposite sex is usually in perpetual hot water. Venus is a disturbing influence in worldly affairs. She distracts from the serious business of life. As soon as her influence comes through to Malkuth, She must hand over the scepter to Ceres and leave well alone. It is children, not love, that keep the home together. The Kabbalistic name of the Seven of Pentacles is the success unfulfilled. Success unfulfilled. Lucky in love, unlucky in cards. And we have only to look at the lives of Cleopatra, Guinevere, Isolde, Heloise, to realize that Venus upon the physical plane has for her motto, all for love and the world well lost. Does that make sense? They said that the person who's usually attractive to the opposite sex is in perpetual hot water. That's what this card's all about. We can see the influence of Saturn and Taurus here, by the way. Fat Tony says, I'm on chapters 5, 6, 7, 8 on Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism on your old videos. Good game. Oh, man. Yeah, that was a great read. Hell, I almost want to do that one again. Excellent book. If anybody here hasn't heard of it, get the book Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. In fact, Tony, you might see the influence of Dion Fortune in that book because the author was one of her students. So you'll definitely see that was almost like his take at this book. That's what I would say. He might say something different, but yeah. Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. In fact, I didn't do part two, so maybe I could do part two on this channel. 48. So the suit of swords, this one, the suit of swords is assigned to the astral plane. The secret title of the seven of swords is unstable effort. Look at how he's holding those swords. Would you ever in your long living life carry five swords like that? His right hand has a solid grip. So the seven of swords is called unstable effort. How well does this express the action of Venus in the sphere of the emotions with its short lived intensity? Right? How quickly do you fall in love and how quickly do you fall out? And I don't just mean people, I mean like everything. Whether it's clothes, whether it's food, whether it's games. How quickly do we like get inflamed with passion and then it fizzles out? And I think a big part of this is when you get that brief spark of like, oh wow, I love this thing. Is that enough to start a new habit on or to stabilize a new path? What I mean is, let's say for example, a new diet comes out and you're like, oh yeah, this is great. I love it. It's new, no one's ever heard of it before. It's got these new foods and the celebrities behind it. How well is that to like take and change your life with? Because usually it's gonna fade away after the glitz and the glamour and the trend goes away. Unstable effort. 49. The secret title of the Seven of Cups is illusory success. This card represents the working of Venus in the sphere of the mind, where her influence is by no means conducive to clear sightedness. We believe what we want to believe when we're under the influence of Venus. Upon this plane, Her motto might as well be love is blind. The influence of this card is actually Venus and Scorpio. That's a good way to put it, Patrick. Patrick says the Seven of Swords is lacking in consistency. Come and talk to me. Can I talk to you? Cause I know you got that fire. I know nothing has been studying Ladder of Lights too. I know you had copyright issues with that. I would literally pay for access to that. Something to consider. Man, I'd love to, but check this out, man. A year ago, my computer collapsed. It just stopped working. And I had downloaded all those videos. I'd planned to maybe put them up on my membership or something like that. But now even I don't have access to them until I somehow get my computer fixed one day. I shouldn't have took them down, honestly, because after I did some research, I realized that that guy doesn't have a case. If I was just straight reading the book through, maybe. But when I read and then stop and like break down the verses, that's actually protected. In the same way that, I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, lesson learned. Maybe that might be worth a reread. Okay, so here we go. Final stretch. Number 50. Number 50. Only in the sphere of the spirit does Venus come into her own. Here, her card, the Seven of Wands, is called Valor. She saved the best for last. Valor, which well describes the dynamic and vitalizing influence she exerts when her spiritual significance is understood and employed. Interesting, right? Because when she's talking about these tarot cards, she's talking about the Kabbalistic force as it expresses through the four worlds. So whenever you see the wands, we're talking about a specific Sephra of that world. This is Netzach in Atziluth. This is Netzach in Bria. This is Netzach in Yetzirah. And this is Netzach in Asaya. Isn't that such an intuitive way of breaking down these energies? So all you need to understand is the Sephirah and the worlds, and you can put them all together. Then, of course, the major arcana are the paths, and I'm going to be meditating on this card all year. Wouldn't be a bad idea for you to do the same, right? Because it's a 9 year, the Hermit. So I'm going to keep this in front of my eyes all year long to really understand the energies that are coming and maybe to manifest a thing or two. To manifest a thing or two. So, 51. Very interestingly, do the four tarot cards assigned to Netzach reveal the nature of the Venusian influence as it comes down the planes. They teach us a very important lesson, for they show how essentially unstable this force is unless it is rooted in spiritual principle. The lower forms of love are of the emotions and essentially unreliable, but the higher love is dynamic and energizing. the higher love, the influence of Netzach and Atsaluf, you can take on the whole world. All odds against you. Like I said, this is Mars and Leo. So just imagine the fiery intensity. Love. Wonderful. Wonderful. And that concludes tonight's study of Kabbalah. Framestar says, "Hey Trav, when are you going to do a general community reading for 2025? It's coming. It's coming soon." I had a whole presentation planned for Thursday, but I decided it wasn't quite finished. So next week, we'll definitely have our reading, tarot reading, as well as my presentation on manifestation. Manifestation. Bring me a higher love. Oh. Bring me a higher love. In the meantime, J Baldhill will get us our reading done. Sly says, "Can you show the four sevens again from Absolute to Asaya?" For sure, for sure. Here we've got Netzach number 7, right? Because all sevens are Netzach. Ataluth is wands. And what did Dion Fortune say? She said the suit of wands corresponds to the spiritual level. Powerful. Next, oh, hold on. Next is Bria, right? All cups are Bria. Cups represent the mental plane. This is Netzach in the mental plane. Holy cow, look at the effect of love when it comes to the mental plane. And then, of course, we've got swords. This relates to the astral. Oh my God. Listen. There we go. Swords. This is the astral plane. Swords in the astral plane. Venus in the realm of Yetzirah. Unstable effort. You can just tell by how he's holding those swords that this is not something that's going to go on for very long. Then, of course, the pentacles represents Asaya, the physical plane. He looks pretty unfulfilled. This is the influence of Netzach in Asaya. Whoa. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. I don't see nothing wrong. He didn't see anything wrong with it. I don't see nothing wrong. All right, all right. So that about sums it up. This has been a good lesson. We went through like 20 pages. Lots and lots of gems. I hope that you took out your highlighter and highlighted some things that you can look into as you go back over this. Mastering the Kabbalah. Thanks for bringing that up, Tony. I think I might do a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism part 2. I think that's definitely worth doing. I haven't really explored the paths on this channel. That would definitely be useful and appropriate. Zero says that hermit always was appearing since the start of my path. When I start my path, the room that I rent had a portrait of the card in the Egypt edition, and the old friend that I live there gifted to me. Interesting, interesting. The Subtle Realm says, "This was lovely. Grateful for you and chat." I agree. It was lovely. And thank you again, Subtle Realms. Ace says one of your last 24 collective readings was on point. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad. I was gonna kind of do a recap of that, but you know, I figured those who took part in it would be able to see for themselves. I win. Peace, peace. Slash says about how our work's fruit is about to be seen. That's definitely the theme of this year. Can't wait to celebrate the new year in spring. Oh yeah. Jay Baldhill says need to get these subs up so we can bring Ophiel to you all live, but some collective readings from time to time would be fun too. Listen, if you haven't already, I'm telling you, click on Jay Baldhill's name. It'll say go to channel, subscribe to Jay Baldhill. We need to get these subs up so he can do his lives. I think you have to have a certain number of subscribers to do live stream. I don't know how many exactly, but let's get those numbers up. I don't see nothing wrong. All right. Matt Bear says, "What's the title of this book?" I usually don't do this, but I usually don't answer that question because it's literally in the title of the video. But for you, Matt Bear, I will show you. This book is called The Mystical Qabalah. Maybe you've heard of it. Don Tree, thank you very much. Ella says 9 is infinite because 9 times any number reduced down to its digital root is always 9. I Know Nothing says, love that Gareth Knight book. I've listened to your 29th Path vid so many times. I've gotten so much out of it personally. Right on. Is this the same Sly or a different Sly? Sly says, I missed the first half of this live. When you end it, I'm staying up listening to what I missed on the Sephra. Good stuff, good stuff. Zero says, J Hill, you got my support. Love that death card. I stopped on that moment of the video, but I came back to see it all look pretty epic. Ace says, how do we get Trav monetized again? We need like 100 people to chant it constantly in the comments. Not the live chat, but the comments. I have to wait until January, February, March. I have to wait until March, and then I have to reapply. So they're giving me until March to delete a bunch of videos. And once I do that, they'll see if they'll make the decision to remonetize me. Ace says I'm having trouble viewing Jay's profile. Well, Jay Baldhill, why don't you leave a comment on this video? And if you're listening to this point, you can see Jay Baldhill's comment in the comments, and you can just click on his profile and go to it from there. Ace says it just gives me the report block button. Well, damn. Yeah, Magic Marcel says, Jay Baldhill, the spelling of your name makes it very difficult to find your channel. Yeah, leave a comment. Leave a comment. Iwin says, am I wrong for desiring something badly? Well, I mean, wrong according to who? Is your desire of something badly useful and appropriate? Are you desiring something that resonates with you, or is it dissonant with you? What's the content? What's the context? What are the 7 pillars of the Magus method? You can type in at Jehovah's Litness 77. Elle says gratitude for the live trap. Also, I messaged you on Insta about a future consultation. Okay, okay, I'll check you out. I know nothing says. Oh, I was wondering why I couldn't find super chat. Yeah, they did it to me, but that's all right. Well, monkey don't stop the show. Magic Marcel says, Trav, in regards to Netzach, do you have anything to say about doing magic in your dream state or in the astral plane? Yes. Okay, so what I have learned here through my experience is that while you're awake, while you're training yourself with your waking life, and listen close because that's a great question and this is a great answer, you want to make sure that you deeply integrate these lessons and these understandings of the occult because you're not training your conscious mind as much as you're training the subconscious mind. It's the subconscious mind that's closer to who you really are, not your conscious mind. The subconscious mind is closer to who you really are. So you want this message to penetrate the subconscious because what will start to happen is while you're asleep, you will automatically know what to do. In your dreams, you'll know what mantra to recite. You'll know the correspondences, the colors, what ritual. You'll know. Like I mentioned a few live streams ago, I had a dream where I was teaching, right? Some girl asked me a question and I was able to break down about the symbology and all this other stuff. You want to integrate this into your subconscious mind so that you start to have dreams where you automatically kick into gear. That's how you know that it's really getting into the part of you where it's supposed to be. Frank, thank you very much for your donation. I appreciate you. Thank you. So what I'm saying here is you want to stay on your repetition, right? You want to stay building up your library of correspondences and placing them on the tree, right? You want to get this stuff memorized subconsciously so that when you enter the because here's the thing, when you enter the dream state, when you enter the dreamless state, you're not thinking about what to do. It has to be automatic. Um just like a lot of people think, oh, when I die, I'm not gonna go into the light. You're not gonna choose consciously. When you go past the physical and you're into these higher planes, none of that has to do with what you're going to consciously choose. The decisions are already made in your subconscious mind. You get what I'm saying? You're gonna condition yourself. So most people that don't study this work, when their body is finished and they float up to these higher planes, however they've conditioned themselves to be is what they're going to do. If they're conditioned to be afraid and submissive to what appears to be authority and being deceived by form, there's not going to be any thought about it. They're just going to go to where they go. Because remember, she talks in this book about discarnate intelligences, discarnate consciousnesses, consciousness that has been disciplined by form. This is what she's talking about. You literally shape your subconscious to work automatically. And that's what you got to do. That's why we practice. That's why we study these symbols repeatedly. You should be able to close your eyes and see this exact image right here. I'll take it a step further. You should be able to close your eyes and see yourself in that. That should be you right there. You should be able to see Kethra on top of your head, Bina on top of your left ear, Hakma on top of your right ear. Like you should be able to see that so that when you dream, you automatically kick into gear. You should be who you are in your dreams, right? Don't just pretend to be magical mages while you're awake. That should be actually who you are. So in regards to NetSec, that's what I mean. You should have carved out a slice of that mind stuff to form and shape yourself. Let me know if that answers your question. Hmm. Right on, right on. Thank you very much, Mad Bear. Boom, the seven pillars of the mage's method. I win. Check it out. One, clarity of purpose. Two, correspondence. Three, consistency. Four, content versus context. Five, useful and appropriate. Six, resonant or dissonant. Seven, state control. Those are the seven pillars of the mages. And once you understand those, like, you don't really have to ask questions because that right there is really going to help shine the light on it. What's the point of you doing anything? Do you have the correspondence for it? What does it correspond with? What's the content? What's the context? Is it useful? Is it appropriate? Like, after you go through those seven pillars, this obliterates confusion. Anyone who's taken any of my classes, you know these seven pillars, or you should at least. You've been exposed to them. If you have these seven pillars, you don't have to be confused ever again about anything because you'll know which one of those 7 points you need to examine and fortify. Jay Baldhill says, and the subconscious integration is learned first and foremost with that daily LBRP practice. Yes, sir, absolutely. Absolutely. If you're somebody who hasn't been doing lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram on a regular basis, I would say that that's a very important part of knowing Kabbalah deep down in your cells. Do the LBRP, do it physically. And when you absolutely can't do it physically, do it visually, mentally in your mind. But if you can do it physically, do it. Patrick says, I'd be dreaming about doing the middle pillar. That's what I'm saying, right? Most people don't have dreams about doing their rituals, but that's a sign that it's penetrated into your subconscious mind. That's where you need it to be. Boom. Michael Green says, superimpose the symbols. This is why rituals like LBRP and middle pillar are fundamental. Hmm. I know nothing says, damn, Trav, how do you know this shit? No disrespect. It's just I've been seeking these explanations a long ass time. Much respect. Because, man, I have been fortunate enough to take this information very seriously, to live it on a daily, consistent basis, to study and to practice, to the point that, like I said, it's gotten subconscious with me. I literally remember a point, I think it was 2021 or so, where I stopped having to think about the answer. Like somebody asked me a question and I have to think about it and make sure that I say the right thing. There was a point where something clicked and I didn't have to do that anymore because this information has become integrated into me. The information has become me. I've become the information. So most of the time when a question is asked, it just triggers the answer. So how do you get to that point? By studying it, by integrating the information, by really letting it become a part of you and you become a part of it. Just like anybody who's really skilled at anything, right? Sports, video games, cooking, sex. A lot of the stuff just gets intuitive. Oh yeah. Jagayo. See, this is your chapter, Jagayo. Netzach. Netzach. This is your chapter. Peace and greetings to you. The Science Decode says, I keep on using the pillars constantly, completely effective. That is great to hear. Jagaios is curious. How have you seen this information misused in your practices? Some people have very negative views of Kabbalah. Curious to hear your thoughts. Um, really? I don't think I've. Hmm. Probably one of the few times I've seen it misused is when someone tried to teach Kabbalah, but what they were actually doing was taking what somebody else created, and they were just trying to teach it as if they created it. Specifically, someone took one of my classes and tried to, sell and teach like pretty much they just rebranded everything and redid it themselves. Um, but obviously they couldn't keep that up for very long. But past that, like, I don't really see how you can misuse this information because, like, you get to a certain point where you see a lot of the vices and detrimental aspects of this. You really have to make a choice. Like, do I want to keep being a damaged human being, or do I really want to accelerate my spiritual growth? Um, that barrier, if you choose not to cross it, I think a lot of the quote unquote powers are blocked from you simply by virtue of you not choosing to advance past your own shortcomings. So, weird as it sounds, I haven't really seen how this can really be abused. Maybe somebody taking a little bit of some NLP stuff to start some kind of cult, maybe, but now I'm not saying abuse doesn't exist. I just haven't been privy to it. Not the most exciting answer, but that's my answer. Iwin says, I remember as a kid, my proudest dream was doing the Kamehameha in my dreams. Hey, I could feel it. I can feel the excitement. Hell yeah. Okie doke. Okie doke. Sly says, I'm surprised Mercury is associated with Hod since Mercury has both genders, not on yin pillar, which is Bina. I'd have expected it on middle pillar. Know what I mean? Yeah, but on the next chapter we read, Dion Fortune is actually going to break that down. She's going to explain why that is. Um, with Venus being the naked woman, Yasad being the naked man, Hod is actually the androgyne, the hermaphrodite. But she's going to break down why this is on the left hand pillar as opposed to the middle pillar. Michael Green says the point of the work is to become the symbol you invoke. This work is apotheosis or self deification, and all the work is centered around you becoming the living symbol of God Almighty. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Seraph Synergy, peace. Seraph Synergy says, this is so perfect timing. I literally just received a Kabbalah chart. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yala says, at a certain level, the dangers come from yourself. You can choose to do good or not. Either way, everything has consequences. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Okay, that might be a better explanation, Jagayo. Michael Green says you have to know how Kabbalistic magic works to know how to abuse it. I can tell you now you must be very adept and know the ins and outs to know how to abuse the shit. Yeah. Jagal says, I'm just coming out of some human design studies. I know, totally different system. But it seems the goal is similar to celebrate our individuality, the beauty of the flourishing essence. Yeah, I saw that you posted about that recently. I have not really gotten into human design, so I don't know anything about it. I saw the diagram. One person asked me if I knew about it, but that's my only experience with human design. I can't speak on it at all. I went to consider reading the I Ching. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll see what the ascended masters want me to read. All right, everybody. I think this about wraps it up. Y'all are still here, so I guess the Q&A is a thing. We still do Q&A these days. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. So every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up and they stay there. Everybody's hands go up, 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 and they stay there. And they stay there. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Wayne M says I Ching is more Asia style, Dantian studies, etc. Yeah, yeah. Jagail says love, love, love. Tony says all is well. I agree with you. I agree with you. A says it's time to do some rituals on this one going on 2 year old. This one going on 2 year old. That mantra to recite to someone you give water to keeps coming to mind. Hmm. Dang, you brought that from way back. All right, everybody. May this be your best year of your entire life. Welcome to 2025. It's the 9 year. It's the 9 year. Best believe it. All my elementals are winners. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. We standing on principle. Shout out to my gnosis. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head. Shout out to Bobby Hemmett. Kashi says, ooh, I just cooked up some fire rituals for me to work out tonight. Thank you, Trav. Hell yeah, sounds exciting. I win says, since when did race stop Trav from reading a book? It can be Asian or alien. Trav would still decipher it like a mad scientist. It's true. It's true. Only thing is, yeah, I don't really have a copy of the I Ching. I mean, I have the I Ching in a book about correspondences, and it relates the I Ching to the Tawas, but that's the extent of my understanding of it. Uh-oh. The mystical music is coming to a close. So I guess that means it's time for me to transition out of teacher mode and into student mode once again. Once again. So, my friends, peace out. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.